Hello, everybody. How's it going? Happy Thursday. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for the tea reminder. I had heated up my water, but I hadn't poured it yet. All right, cleaning off my glasses so I can see. I always forget to clean my glasses, and then when I look at them, I'm like, oh my god, they're so dirty. I don't know how they always accumulate dirt, but they do. Okay, here we go. Another day of painting. I don't know what I'm going to paint today, but I was kind of liking the whole rainbowy theme. I kind of want to paint like some floating islands with rainbows and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I won't stick on that theme. I have no idea where it's going to go, but it was kind of a fun challenge, honestly. I feel like it's not super common that I use those colors, and there's just so many of them that I don't know. It's kind of fun. Doing good. Thanks for asking. I hope you are well. I am doing well, Patricia. I am doing well. Been been watching and listening to a lot of art stuff, a lot of stuff on composition, which is I feel like it's funny because I feel like all the stuff. So there was a Reddit post and someone was asking about composition. And somebody had written up a reply to them, basically, with some resources and stuff. And one of those resources I had never seen, but most of them I had, and most of them didn't really say anything different or new. But I thought it was it was like a good reminder of like, oh, I know these things, but here's sort of like it was almost like a it was just a good like refresher thing, and not so much in like how to do composition, but more in how to talk about it as hearing different people explain it in different ways. And then for someone who also talks about it a lot, it was kind of a good reminder that I think talking about it like composition, I don't know. Anyway, it was a whole thing. I kind of went down the rabbit hole of like figuring out how different people educate on it and talk about it and yeah, all sorts of stuff. But anyway, that's what I've been doing today because I got lost on Reddit and YouTube and other sites. Anyway, how is everyone? Hope you're all doing well. Glad to butt. Good old butt spot. Butt spot strikes again. Alright, I am gonna start though with sort of a painting or a thumbnail that I wish I would have done last time. Yay, butt. Yeah. Yay, butt spot. And when I say I wish I would have done this painting last stream, I want to do like a low painting where we're looking up, but there's like stuff in the background. Some waterfalls maybe. Stuff coming down. But this time, instead of regular waterfalls, do like rainbowy waterfalls. So reds and oranges and yellows. That's not really yellow. Green. Green's gonna be weird. I feel like green waterfalls are just kind of ugly. Or green in like skies and water. Yeah. But yeah, how is everyone? What's everyone up to? Okay. Just gonna use this as a base for colors. And then I'm gonna do lots of maybe dark blue? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Painting along at the moment. For me, nice. Uh, Lurk, BRB, gonna get a snack. Nice. Enjoy your snack. Let me know what you end up getting for a snack. Yeah, rainbow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try more rainbowy paintings today. I mean, I'm kind of just starting off like I did before, except I'm gonna try something. And what I'm gonna try is do much more of a more epic scene. Some instead of like because this was kind of close up. I want to do more like a scene where we're looking up at stuff. Maybe some interesting composition. Maybe kind of central. I don't know. Because I've been thinking a lot about composition. So maybe I'll do something where there's like these little terraced things. So like a waterfall here, and then here. I'm just using yellow as the waterfall color, but you get the idea. And maybe there's some other additional ones too. Maybe it goes like that. I don't know. Just trying some different stuff. But yeah, I want to do more dynamic compositions today where there's a bit more stuff going on. Maybe we have some shapes that are, I don't know, cutting into the side here in different angles. Floating islands, rocks, just different stuff. I feel like I've done a lot of boring stuff lately. I was trying to draw but was so unsuccessful. I might try again in a bit, so I might just so right now I'm just enjoying your stream and lovely art. Oh. Yeah, you should totally try again. Gotta end on that high note. Rather than, trying and not succeeding and then quitting, because then you feel bad. Space Maid says boo. Boo what? Boo rainbows? I mean, that's fair. I don't think a lot of people don't like painting with rainbow colors. I think it can be a bit obnoxious or hard. I don't know. It's never been my favorite thing either. But it has been a fun challenge, and while I may not just boo. You're just boo like ghost scary spooky startle boo. Is that what you mean? I thought you were booing something in particular, like boo. Okay, I see. How are you, Space Maid? Hey, Conqueror, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I thought you were booing something I said or something someone else said. I thought maybe you were booing the color palette of rainbowy stuff. Which honestly would be pretty fair. I feel like in some ways the rainbow, just like using rainbow colors right from the gate, like paint out the tube, pure red, pure blue, pure green. Like that basically is like counter basic color theory. Everyone's like use limited color palettes and, keep cools and warms and mix your colors to get harmonious color palettes. And then rainbows are just like boom, all the colors, all saturated. There's no method to the madness. It's just everything. And so it's like it's kind of it is a sort of a challenge, honestly. It's a bit like those color challenges where people pick color palettes that are sort of don't necessarily look good and you try to make them look good. It's a bit like that. It's Pride Month, bro. Oh, I'm aware of that. That's kind of why we're painting rainbowy stuff. I mean, sort of because someone mentioned it last stream and had actually forgotten. Like I didn't really wasn't specifically thinking about Pride Month. But yeah, no, it seems like it's a on theme thing and it's a challenge. But I don't have to I celebrate myself. That's cool. Yeah, no, I don't feel like you have to like the color palette to like I'm not like hating on Pride or anything. I'm not even hating on the rainbow, but I'm just saying that I think the colors themselves don't always look good in imagery, right? They're hard colors to work with. It's just what it is, Um, I don't know. Definitely not a yeah. Don't read me when I say I don't like rainbow colors. Don't read anything into it. It's kind of like me saying when I say I'm not a huge fan of like painting deserts or anything. It's like I just don't like the color palette. I have nothing against deserts, Or if I say I don't like painting the northern lights, I think green looks funky in skies, you know. I nothing against it really, or at all. So yeah, that's my stance on it. I hope yeah. No, Pride Month is good. Let's see. Okay, if this is gonna be um, floating islands, I would need to make sure that I put the undersides of these. So these little things need to be, they're flatter in the near the horizon because perspective. Flatter in the horizon, less flat up top. These are going to be the bottom surfaces of this. I'm just going to take a darker color and paint it in. Just see how it looks. I don't actually know, but I think it'll work. Just trying to imply the bottom surface of this, because we should be looking up at it. It's a bunch of blobs, but they're pretty blobs. Yeah, it's a bunch of blobs. Blobs that I'm trying to give some form to right now by adding some undersides to them, because they should be in shadow. However, I'm going to make sure they're more interesting by making the underside purple a little bit, probably. Or let's see, I got to think about this. I guess I could do, like, cool underside, warm above. That could be fun. Cool, so, like, warmth from above, cool from below. Or we could do just classic, blue shadows, warm highlights, that kind of thing. Got to think about this. But yeah, what's everyone up to today? What is everyone up to today? How goes the week? Hopefully the rest of the week is easy and relaxing for people. Also, is it super hot? I know people in well, there's a different issue, but yeah, it's been super hot lately. Yesterday was like 90 degrees, which is, I don't know what that is in Celsius, probably 37 maybe, 38. It was getting very warm yesterday. Too warm, in fact. And then there's like the whole wildfire stuff going on in Canada, and I guess it's blowing all the smoke into New York. So if Steph shows up today, I'm gonna have to ask her about it. I don't know if she might be unable to breathe. Hopefully people in New York are able to breathe. I don't know, or elsewhere. I don't actually know where the extent of the wildfires. I haven't really looked into it. I just saw some photos from New York apparently, and apparently it's pretty bad. All the smoke's blowing down there, and it's just like you can't even see at all, or probably breathe. So hopefully everybody is safe. All right. Okay, so now I want to think about if this is a floating island thing. Maybe we do. There could be some in the foreground. I feel like I don't have a good composition in this, so I want it to flow. Let's see. So we're looking underneath these things. I really want to emphasize the lighting. So I'm trying to think about what I want to emphasize. I want to emphasize the lighting, which right now it's not. Maybe we can fix that by darkening stuff around the edge. I'm going to use a multiply. I don't know if this is going to be smart or not. I'm going to use a purple. Okay, so get a little bit of a focus in there where the light is. Week has making the money. Oh, nice, new creations. Week has been a good week. Wrote my last few exams, and now the first September semester is over. Holiday time. Oh, it's holiday time. Nice. Rainbows. I vote one. Hey, Verona. Yeah, I thought today would be a fun thing to do another day of rainbow paintings. We did a rainbow painting last time, by request, and I kind of am liking. It's just a good challenge. It's both a challenge for color. It sort of pushes me. It's a weird constraint because the colors kind of clash. Like, I mean, it's just kind of it. I was talking about it earlier. Like everything color theory, sort of, people tend to know about color theory. Rainbows kind of violate. Not entirely, but like it's just like all the colors, right? They're all vibrant. It's there's no like harmony really. It's just bam in your face. So I'm having fun with it. It's gonna be a good challenge. So yeah, definitely going rainbowy colors. Rona, how are you? How is your food, I assume? But food and visiting with people. Hope that was well. I hope that went well. Hope you're well. You vote one. Yeah. Well, we're not quite there yet. We got a ways to go. Oh, I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. Okay. We're going to go really, really green in the foreground. Like, super duper green. Something like that. And then this is going to be green. So I'm just painting the green directly over the top. And when I say super green, I mean in the shadows. It's going to be brighter green in the sky or in the light. And mixing the green with the blue. Maybe there's some greenery up here. Just lightly placing the green. I can always increase the saturation of the colors. Right now I'm just trying to maintain the values, so I'm lightly painting on top of the existing stuff. This week was actually quite good. Also, hello. Oh, hi, Rona. This week was actually quite good, says Kira Wolfie. But today I'm lying in bed with a stomach ache. Oh no! I hope your stomach ache goes away. That sounds sucky. I hope it's nothing serious. Yeah, stomach aches suck. How? What do you mean, how? Oh, we don't need, like, intricate details. Sometimes people have stomach aches. I don't have a stomach ache. I was reading Kira Wolfie's comment. What do you mean? That why the exclamation marks and I mean, yeah, people get stomach aches. It happens. It sucks, but I hope it is nothing serious and I hope it goes away. But yeah, that was quite the extreme response, Siren. I think it's funny. What happened? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm liking this so far. I do think we need more. Okay, let's think. Let's think. Put on the big brain cap right now. I gotta figure out what I want to do here. So I like the idea. What do I like? What idea do I like? I like the idea of looking up. We have this stuff that's up here. I also like the idea of greenery and waterfalls. What else do I like? I think some nice shadows on the ground plane would be good. And then also some light. So where do I want the light to come in? I'm trying to talk through this because I'm not super set on anything. I don't have an idea in my head. I'm purely trying to just talk through this. I mean, if we have a bunch of light up here, maybe we want the light to also sort of catch on here a little bit. So I'm just going to put some lighting there, maybe some up here. I don't need to go crazy hard with the lighting because, well, I don't know how much light would actually get there. I'm just trying to sketch some in so it starts to sell the illusion. Something like that, maybe. And then maybe some light here. Okay, maybe there's like a band of light that comes through here. That could be kind of fun. So we have that little band of light. I still like the idea that this is going to be like a field. Nice field. Goes all the way back. Maybe there's rolling hills. Maybe we need foreground, midground, so I'm going to do like a little bit of an overlap here. I think that's what I'm going to do. We can put more of a focal point there. The dinner was fun, though we all ate too much. That's pretty normal, though, when you have a big family dinner. I guess that happens when pizza... Oh, pizza, nice. Even more so when pizza's involved. Happy fields and clouds, very Bob Ross of you. Yeah, very Bob Ross-y, kinda. Although, not the floating cloud. Not the floating islands. Bob Ross doesn't like those. He's not very fantasy. I mean, I guess this technically doesn't have floating islands yet, but we're creeping in that direction. Let's see, what else? What else? Definitely bright blue up top. I do want the green hill-ish looking stuff. So yeah, again, this can be over here. I'm not really worried about colors right now. I mean, I am using colors, and I do want the colors to look nice, but I'm mostly focused on values. I'm trying to get some darks in here for the overlap to sell the illusion. Maybe there's some hills over here. Maybe some back here. I don't know what I'm doing back here, though. I think I could just keep on making more and more little things. Basically, more perspective and pushing shapes back and making overlaps. This almost looks like an alien spaceship or something. Ruby Purdy, how are you? And I don't want it to look like an alien spaceship. So I'm going to try and edit the shapes a little bit. Right now, there's no good contrast between the sky and the top, but that's okay. I'm really not trying to do crazy shape design. I more want to get a general mood and overall impression. So I'm just trying to block in big shapes. Maybe even try... I kind of like the idea of this sort of flowiness. Maybe this isn't the... Maybe there isn't anything floating here. Maybe it's all connected. But we have these bands here where you have, like, I don't know, little holes in between, which can really highlight the various stuff. It'd be kind of cool. I mean, this is it's something. It's very something. But it's kind of fun. And then maybe down here we can have little shapes. It's almost getting a little sci-fi, which is okay. I like sci-fi. And then we can have the water down here. Something like that, maybe. Maybe some water coming from here. And then we definitely are going to need some brighter green. The light looks rainbowish. Yeah, it's going to be rainbowy. We were doing a bunch of rainbow stuff lately. Or not lately, just last stream we did some rainbow stuff. And I've kind of inspired to do more rainbow stuff. So this is gonna be my rainbow painting stream. Maybe another one. And I don't know if the green over here is gonna look good or not. I don't think it is. Actually, let's make. Uh-oh, can I not undo? Let's make a new layer. Pride Month is a good excuse. It is. It is. It's honestly just a fun challenge though, because I mean I'm gonna be saying this a lot, and I'm probably gonna get some hate for it. But I'm not really a fan of rainbows typically. I think they've always been hard to paint with, hard to make stuff look good. And I'm I'm not really leaning in too heavy into the rainbow today. I probably will a bit though. This painting less than others. But yeah, it's typically just really hard to, in my opinion, to make look good. Um, and so it's kind of just a fun challenge, honestly. It's using colors that are oftentimes saturated and clashing, and there's, not like a warm and cool separation. It's just everything is just bright and saturated. It kind of is anti-color theory in some ways, and it's gonna be hard to work with. So I think it's gonna be fun. Let's try to do like a color dodge or something. Glow dodge with. But yeah, Pride Month is definitely a good excuse to use all the stuff, all the colors. Maybe we get the purples. I'm just trying to plop in, because I want sort of a shimmering look, right? Because I want to show there's a lot of moisture. And so I do want a bit of a shimmery look. That's kind of the main goal, I think, with this one. Which I think that's the good thing. Any excuse to annoy LGBT phobes is good. I suppose. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is where I have a difference of opinion. I don't know. Even if I think someone has a terrible view, I think there are ways to communicate with them that isn't specifically to it. I don't know. I don't really like annoying people. I think you can win people over sometimes with kindness and love and not with trying to piss people off. But I also think on some issues, obviously, if you just, I mean, not to be political, but I don't know why it would be political. But obviously it is. I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, I think this happens a lot with me and other people where I can agree on the issues with a lot of things and disagree with the solution. So like we can agree on a lot of things, but then you might think that some solution is good and I may not. And I don't know. I mean, I get that, there are terrible people with terrible views who spread hate. And I get that some people, any opportunities to see those people flounder and fail and make themselves look angry or stupid. Like I understand that some people enjoy that, and that's fine. But I don't know. I think most people have the capacity to be pretty ignorant on topics. I mean, I think pretty much we all do. And I think generally speaking, opening people up to, differences and ways of life of just, people existing and living their life differently and just showing that, hey, we're just like you but different and we believe different things and we can all, I don't know, maybe I just have a naive view on that, but I think in general, I don't know, I guess love and kindness sounds kind of cheesy maybe, but yeah. I'm trans and lately the world has particularly been against us, so I love it when I love for it to work peacefully, but it's not working. Yeah, I understand. And that's why I say I think sometimes it's just like, and I've mentioned this before on stream, and I'm gonna shift topics away from this for a moment, but talk, like the whole Karen movement, where like everyone's like pointing out Karens and stuff who are, the let me speak to your manager type people, and it's like everybody always likes to make fun of them. I'll be honest, I'm glad they exist. I wouldn't want to be one of them. I wouldn't want to interact with one of them. But I'm glad there are people who, when they believe they're right, even when they're wrong, that they're gonna, speak loudly and be obnoxious. So, like, I may not agree with their methods. In fact, I disagree with their methods. But I'm glad they exist, and I'm glad that they have the ability to sort of say stuff. And again, I may not even want to be one of those people, but I think it's good that there's different types of people who do different types of solutions to problems, right? I might be the person who ignores a slight mild inconvenience at a grocery store, and somebody else is going to speak up and cause a scene. Sometimes those people get stuff done. And I think there is a time to, now shifting topic for a moment back to more heavy topics. I think there is a time to be, in your face and, cause disruption, be controversial, maybe even just offend or whatever. Like, I think there's times to do that too. I may not want to be one of those people, and I don't have to agree with that solution, but I'm glad they exist. So this is one of those cases where, like, I don't, I don't like that method of approaching, but I'm also glad that there's the whole spectrum. Because for some people, that's going to be exactly what they need to get the message across. And other people, it's going to be the, love and kindness approach. And, it takes all types. You never know what's going to sway someone or whatever. So I guess that's my stance on a lot of those things. It's more of an approach. I'm more my stance is on the approach, not on the topics. I think that the issues themselves. Also, would it be possible to get on the thumbnail? Wait, to get on. Would it be possible to get on of the thumbnail be of a fantasy library? Oh, I like the idea of a fantasy library. That sounds fun. I like that. Also, Noodle, how are you? You've came in at the perfect rant time. Ranting about hot topics. Not really, but, you know. But yeah, I think with some issues, even in the art community, or just in any community, I think on a lot of issues where, like, let's just say Twitter has a view or like a general take or something, or like there's common views on things. I feel like oftentimes I agree with them in like 99% of the thing, but the solutions and the wording and the messaging and their approach to a problem, I'm just like, really? Like, this is the best you have? And I feel like this is all that, or even someone's argument. Like, I've mentioned this a lot before. Like, there's enough reasons when it comes to think art topics like AI, for example. Hey, Emily, how is it going? I think there's enough reasons to not like something, and you can make arguments for it. That I think when people use bad arguments for things, it just kind of annoys me because it's like you don't need to make up bad arguments when there's already so many good arguments, you know? And I think that happens all the time, whether it's in politics and or whatever, right? We're anti AI. Like, there's so many times where people will just use terrible arguments for stuff, and it's like, bro, like, I mean, look, I use bad arguments too sometimes, but I like to think that you know, especially if I'm just having a conversation, I'll use bad arguments because not really about the arguing. It's more me talking about my ideas, and then sometimes I justify them with bad arguments, and I think most people do that to some degree. Um, but I think if you're actually trying to advocate a position, bad arguments is not a way to do it. In fact, it's only going to make your side look worse. So that's just like a general social thing. Looking like promo art for Thor: Love and Thunder. Love it. Oh, nice. I don't know what the promo art for that looks like, Rhoda, but I feel like I should. Anyway, I'm going to move on to a different thumbnail. Okay, Fantasy Library. What does that look like? I mean, It's funny. Some things always make me think of like so going back to composition, because that's what I kind of was going to talk about today. Certain things, like libraries, for example, you pretty much have to show that there's books in it, right? Like if you don't show that there's books, you pretty much don't know it's a library. So automatically, the scale for me has to be a certain way, right? Like I can't use like a telephoto lens, right? And like look across a mountain and show this building across the mountainside. Like I can't do that, right? Because I have to show that it's a library. And how do I show it's a library? Well, you have to show that there's books. So there's always things like scale and how zoomed in you are and you know, how large are you drawing things. And like I still want foreground, midground, background, but you could do that from you could have like a table in the foreground. You could have another table here and then shelves back here. Like you could have that kind of like you can have foreground, midground, background just on this table, right? Um and I think that's whenever I think about a thing like that, like a scene, like a library, I always have to think about like where I am looking at it kind of because I feel like there's so many like some things just aren't gonna look good because you have to actually show what you're trying to show. Graham May, how are you? Or GG Ram May. What is it? Graham May? GG Ram May? Graham, I don't know how to say your name. I hope we're doing well. Checking in, and now it looks like. Oh, yeah, I already read that. My tea is still hot. Cosmic, how are you doing? How art thou on this fine Thursday afternoon, or I guess midday probably for you? Wait, isn't it midday? Is it midday? I don't actually know. I think it's midday for you. Okay, I'm gonna be really ignorant. I got surgery yesterday, so I'm gonna be stuck to a bed. Oh, okay. Wait, is it summer? Like, like are people out of school? I don't actually know. I assume because somebody just said they took their final exams. Okay, so are you out of school then? Okay, that makes sense. Also, that sucks. You just had surgery. I hope it went well though, and I hope you have a fast recovery. Being stuck in bed is no fun. Yeah, school's out for you. Okay. I was kind of wondering. I'm like, wait a second. It's like a midday. Like, isn't this like still school? But I guess it's like start of summer, so that would make sense. Hmm. It's funny when you don't have summer vacation that you forget about it. Like it's. Thank you. I got your appetite back today. Ooh, that's good. I'm glad you got your appetite back. Oh, I know what I want to do. Okay, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a library. I'm going to, but I'm gonna do fantasy library. And to make a fantasy library, I was gonna do a. So here's my thought process. I'm gonna try to talk through it. I was gonna do a beam of light at the end of like a hallway, but then I thought, what if we made this hallway, or like instead of just a beam of light like this, right? And then it gets here's the bookshelves. They go downward. They here's the perspective, right? Like that. Nope. Hold on. Let's go like this. Right. So anyway, here's our library, right? And then there's going to be books here. But instead of this, I want to do something where the light is going like this. And it's kind of at an angle. And maybe there's shelving like this. Oops, like that. And then we can see the underside of it. And maybe there's stick out up here. And there's more shelving up here. And then there's more books and stuff. And then there's books here. Maybe here, though, then we have other things like this. trying to make this silhouette that I had in mind work. So this is just my way of trying to do something unique and interesting, trying to be a special snowflake here. I like the idea of trying new things, and this is one of them. They gave me a bunch of medicines to put me to sleep and numb me. Oof, oof, that indeed. So this is going to be my horizon line. I'm just going to draw it in here because this does matter for perspective. Okay, so I don't know if maybe it'll be 2-point perspective. So we can put like a line over here, maybe. Something like that. This is going to be almost vertical. This will be down here. Ooh, that's way more steep than I thought. So I'm just using this tool and nothing fancy. So yeah, here's some of that. This is going to be the library or part of it. I don't know why. I just want to try some funky books. And then over here can be these. Again, I don't know if this is going to look good or not, but we can try this. Maybe there's some something like this. These should be going inward. I mean, this is pretty much just going to be like normal. I don't know, maybe this is going to look funky. Maybe I'm going to also sketch in some things. I realize these are probably going to not be at the right scale. So I'm just eyeballing them. But I think it should work. Mostly. Just trying to add in some dark shapes under there. I think my perspective's all totally wonky, but that's okay. Maybe this could be something here. Maybe there's some shapes up here. I mean, I could just make everything line up here. I don't know if I want to do that, though. Kind of want to do everything a little cattywampus. Yes, I used that word. Cattywampus. I think it's one of my favorite words that I never use. I don't know if I've ever used it on stream, but if I haven't, I should use it more. Cattywampus. And then maybe there's books back here. These are going to be bookshelves. Like that. Just lines. Again, it doesn't really look like a doesn't really look like a library. But that's something. Maybe there's gonna be some funky lighting in here. Maybe some glow dodge with some orange up above. Maybe there's some shelving up here that's catching some light. And maybe it only up here. Maybe everywhere else is not catching light. Maybe there's some light down here. Maybe I want to echo the shapes of this little cutout here. So maybe there's like... Maybe this part is like a little reading nook. I'm starting to get ideas here. Okay, so now I'm going to take just a regular brush, take that orange color that I had, and just start painting back in. Okay, now I'm going to do blue. I'm going to bring in blue, or I think maybe blue. Still doesn't look like a library, I think, yet, but I think it will. And then maybe, let's see, what else could we do? I feel like we need little... Ooh, I know what we need. Little reading tables or stations. But what better way to do a reading station than to have blue? Little blue lights. So it reminds me of the book that is not finished and probably will never be finished, named The Name of the Wind, where they have these little magic lanterns, and I feel like in a library like this, if it was like an old archive or something, it could make sense to have these little lanterns. Because you wouldn't want candles in the library to burn the books on accident. So they required the magic lanterns. That was part of the story. Or one of the rules of the archives. Okay, so anyway, so now I'm just trying to think about... What am I trying to think about? I'm trying to think about depth here, adding in another layer of something back here so that I can... It looks like it's... Maybe there's also these little layers down here. This is going to be like these little pillar things stick up. I don't know, something like that could be cool. Maybe there's some more back here. Something like that. That's kind of a cool library. It's kind of fantasy, I feel like. Right? Maybe? I don't know. I think this is fantasy. I don't know if it's fantasy enough. I don't think the perspective looks good either. It's hard to... It's confusing. We don't really know what's going on. Because things aren't at even angles to themselves. So I think I kind of goofed up there. But I can always fix it. I'll probably do like a repaint of that if I end up going with that. Anyway, yeah, there's that. Fantasy library, done. The more I look at this other one, the less I like it. But that's okay. We'll stick with that for now. Okay, next painting. What shall it be? What shall it be? They gave me a... Oh, yeah. Hopefully you... yeah, I hope you recover soon, or quickly, Cosmic. Also, I don't think my Twitch thing is working. Oh, it does say I'm streaming. Okay, nice. Glad it says I'm streaming. Also, what the heck? Why does Why does my name say J dot 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 dot? What is going on? It had Twitch is dumb. So Twitch had me edit my profile today. Oh my gosh, it shows it for Skittle too. It shows it. So Skittle. Oh, it's because of news. Yeah, it's so stupid. Why is it doing that? I noticed it shows it for YouTube, but not everybody. So is it only for people who've changed their name? It shows the dots? So it looks like it's broken for everybody who's changed their name. You're streaming, so Discord is in streamer mode. It's censoring your name so people can't. Oh, I see. Does it say though? Like, does it say it for you? Like, if you're in Discord, can you see that I'm streaming and it says my name? Because so for example, your username, is that because you're in streamer mode right now? Also? Here, let me show you what I'm seeing. Here, let me hit print screen. I'm just gonna screenshot the first part of my the general access list. So, right, so it says this. It says J dot dot dot, and that would make sense because I'm in streamer mode. But why does it show your name? Right, why does it show your name with dots, or this person's name with dots? I don't know who this is because it's not showing their name. Why can't I see their name? It shows their name normally for me because I don't have OBS open right now. Are you sure that's what it is? Because why would it show your name as dots? Like, isn't that obnoxious that people can't see? Like, what if somebody sees me like this, but it says that I'm streaming? Then they're like, who is this random person? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get why. And down in the list, there's a lot of names. Some of the names will have dots. Some of them won't. But like these two people have dots, and I don't know why. And I don't like it. It's censoring everyone else's too for a similar reason, so it doesn't accidentally dox them too. But on I don't understand. On my stream, I don't really get it. I don't get how that would accidentally dox them on my, like. I don't get it. I don't quite understand. Like, I get why it would do it for me on my end while I'm streaming, right? Because then it wouldn't accidentally dox me. But I don't get why it would show your name as dots when I'm streaming. Is that because you also stream? Is that why it knows that you stream? So no, because like a lot of these people stream. I don't understand. I don't get it, honestly. I'm very confused. This is a conundrum or a puzzle. Like I get the idea, I think, but I don't understand why the specifics. I'll have to read into it. And it seems a bit weird. As long as it shows my name for other people. Anyone who has the new username update will have their username censored on your client only when you stream. Yeah, but it's not just censoring. That's my issue, right? It's not just censoring my name. It's censoring other people's names too. But okay, but it's only when I stream. Okay. As long as it's only when I stream and not when I'm not streaming. As long as it's only that, that's good. But it's just weird that it's like also censoring your name. Maybe it's just so it's not advertised who's in your server in case they don't want. Yeah, that's fair. I guess is there a feature you specifically can turn on or off? I guess that's fair. But like clearly it's not doing it for most people, and if that was going to be a default, wouldn't you just do that anyway? I don't know. I don't really get it, but I kind of do. I feel like I only half get it. There are cases on big streams, on big streamer streams who have malicious actors who will harass users if they can find out their username on Discord. I see. Like, if I have the ability to set or something whose name, or if you had the ability to set your, like, for example, if you could set your name, Oh, I guess that makes sense because then they want anyone to be able to have any name and they're unique. Okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. Because the new names are unique and they're, once you know the name, that's their name. I guess that makes sense. Okay. I think I get it. It took me a second to get there, but so only if you've done the name change it'll blank you out. Okay, I see. It's kind of weird though, but also because like if somebody DMs me, hold on, I'm gonna test this. Let me see. DM. Go to my DM. Okay, it doesn't blank out the DM, or maybe it does. Let's see. Oh, it does. What if I click on? Okay, so I just have to know who it is. Okay, that's weird. So I guess I just can't check DMs during stream then. It confused me at first too. It was really weird. I thought my Discord was bugged out. Yeah, it looked like, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it is a little confusing. Trying to solve Discord issues while streaming and being like, what in the heck? Is Skittle your Discord and Twitch Wikipedia? Yes, he is. Skittle is my Discord and Twitch Wikipedia. Yep, exactly. When in doubt, ask Skittle because he knows what he pays. He reads Skittle reads the terms of services of stuff or terms of service. He reads all the stuff. I hate forms. I hate that sort of stuff. It stresses me out a lot. No, I do like to know how it works though, but I also don't like I didn't figure it out ahead of time. To be fair, if Skittle wasn't here, I would Google it after stream and I would find it out. I would definitely stumble across the answer at some point, but yeah, it might take me a moment. And Skittle's just so much easier to ask, he's here, he knows his stuff. In the Discord settings, you can go into streamer mode and untick the hide personal info option. Then it stops censoring the usernames that way. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do that whenever we host Secret Santas because I have to use people's names in Discord to sign them up. So I will have to eventually do that, and it's good that I can disable the option. Like, there's actual reasons why that is annoying, but it's also could be good. It would be super awkward during. Yeah, because then you wouldn't know, like, okay, well, especially so like when I go to add all the names to the bot, I wouldn't know which names to add because I wouldn't know who's signed up, and I only do that part on stream. But yeah, I do get that it's probably going to be more important not to leak people's names now on stream because they are going to be unique once people start changing their names over. So yeah, that is a good thing to think about. Imagine who's J, who's Q, who's R, who are you? Yeah, which R exactly? There's yeah, you have like a whole bunch of A dot dot dots, and you're like, I don't know who any of these are. It could all be the same person. I'm just gonna play around with some funky composition here. Just making some shapes. Kind of makes me think of a pyramid. Hmm. Maybe we can get something like this, something like that. I don't know if this is going to look good or not, but let's try it. Nope. Maybe it does. I don't know. Do I want to do anything with rainbows in this painting? Could be fun. Ooh, previous stream thumbnail. Crunchy, how are you? I dug deep for this. 3, please. Oh boy. Okay. I remember the painting. File open. Do you know by chance when it was? I think I can find it. I don't. So if it's really deep, I may actually not be able to. We'll see. I think I have this one still. I'm tired, but all right. Your daughter was singing at a concert. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. That was the one where we did the. That wasn't the bunny one, was it? Oh wait, no, that was. Oh gosh, that was the posthumous one. I don't, Crunchy, I don't know if I can redeem that. Well, I guess I can. I can just screenshot it directly from here. It's gonna be all pixely though. Oh yeah, that was the one we did the Placostomus one, because it looks like number 4 had won that day. It's one of the yeah, that's the one where the fish one won. So I can't, those are all on my external hard drive and archived, so I can't actually go back and grab the file size, but that's fine. We'll just go with this. So you said number 3? Okay. True, yeah, it won't stay pixelated if I work on it again. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, that's a good one. That is a good one. Thank you for the redeem. Speaking of which, if anyone doesn't know what the redeems are, basically I allow people to redeem thumbnails from previous streams that never got voted on or never won the vote. I mean, heck, that might have been from before we were even voting. I don't know. Probably not. And then basically I'll bring them back to give them a second chance. And you can redeem them for redemption, or you can bring them back by earning channel points by hanging out and stream. So yeah. I really want to play with some different compositions and stuff today. Or at the very least, I mean, it doesn't have to be different compositions, but just something. Just something. It should be from before 2021. Dang, that's a long time ago. Yeah, no, I that'll work though. I don't need to know the exact date anymore. I don't have access to anything that far back right now on my computer because it's all on a hard drive. Because I had to clear off space, so I've moved everything. What could this be? Ooh, I like the idea of doing a. Ooh, I have an idea. I have an idea. I was like, I like the idea of doing a portal. And then I thought, you know what? This library piece kind of looks like a portal. So what if I take it, edit it, hue saturation. I'm going to change the hue. Ooh, this is a nice color. Nice purpley red. And then I'm going to take like a blue. Whoops. Hey guys, how many of you are artists? Probably, well, so far everybody who's chatted in chat is an artist that I know of. But there's a lot of artists here. A lot of artists and or people who are starting. I mean, basically most people here are interested in doing art and have done art, and therefore they're artists. Right? Like, not necessarily, not everybody's, everybody's different skill levels. Some do it as a hobby, some do it professionally, some are just starting, some may have never done it but are interested in it. So we have a lot of, we have a wide-ranging community. You make art, says Emily. Azel says X. McCoy does art. Crunchy does art. I know Skittle does art. I do art. Rona does art. As far as I know, everybody does art. Noodle does art. Everybody in chat, I think, does art. I don't think there's a single person here who doesn't. At least that's chatting. And then there's a bunch of people who do make art or have made art, but don't do it a lot, but still find enjoyment from watching others make art. So there's also that. That's a big group as well. Is this gonna be like a portal maybe? Something? I don't know how to make portals, but let's try it. Let's make this thing look like a portal. Just take a brush. Conqueror does art. Nice. What about you, Ruby? Do you do art? That is the real question, since you're asking the question. Me too? Nice. Okay. Yeah, it looks like everybody does art. But you know, Twitch art is an amazing community, honestly. It's such a good, fun group of people, and just, I don't know, I feel like it's always inspiring because you can sit down and do art and know that there's other people painting alongside you. And I kind of love that, actually. Not even kind of. I really love that. Ooh, I have an idea. This is gonna be leaves or something. I'm just making shapes up here. I can figure out what they are later. But I want to frame the scene. And then I'm going to make a portal. The portal can be blue. I don't actually know quite how I want to make the portal, or if it's going to look like one. Okay, now I need stuff on the sides. Maybe this is a portal in the library. I have an idea. Hold on. Okay, now I've got to... Okay, time to bust out my perspective drawing skills. This could be in a library. I'm not trying to keep this super perfect, but we'll this that There we go. This feels like a okay. So when I look at this, what I'm seeing. So this came about just from me playing around with stuff, but what I'm seeing here is like we're looking up. There's this massive domed area. I don't know, all these little black things are just kind of sitting there now, but I can remove them later. This is like a portal in this library. These are bookshelves are gonna be. Maybe not. Actually, I don't know yet. I am afraid of making it too symmetrical, because I like... I don't know, actually. I feel like I can go like this and bring in some more of this purple back here. Hmm. These could be something. And then this is coming around. I'm trying to figure out how what I want to do up here for these shapes. Also, because I made all these little dark random shapes that I don't like anymore. So I'm going to delete them. Something like that, maybe. I don't know if that looks library-ish. I also don't know if that looks portal-y either. It kind of looks like a portal. I don't know if I like the green dots, though. Those kind of are ominous. I also don't like the color palette anymore, funny enough. But I kind of like the idea. It's sort of it's something. It could turn into something. Maybe there's people walking. Yeah, let's put them walking. So we'll put characters here. Walking into the... Maybe this one has blue on their let's do this. So I want this character silhouetted by the light, and then I want another character in the light. Maybe they're down low a little bit, so big one and a small one. So this will be the smaller of the two characters. This one has the light shining on them. There. So one silhouetted. This one maybe has some light stuff over here. You're so creative. No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Thank you. I don't know how to accept. Is that a compliment? Thanks, I guess. No, so I think this is something anyone can do. So I'm kind of looking at the clouds and trying to find shapes in it that are interesting. I don't need. All I know is that it could be some sort of weird library thing, and there's just interesting shapes and drawing things with like architecture. And I can figure it all out later. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know who these people are or where they're going or why they're here. I don't know why it's pink. I also don't know why there's a portal. Like, I'm just trying to make shapes that I think are somewhat interesting. Um, and then some things like, why I put one character silhouetted and the other one not. Well, that's just because I think that's, from a image making point of view, I think that adds variety and I think it's interesting where one of these characters, is silhouetted by dark and the other one has a bit of light. So one's kind of light against dark and the other's dark against light or something, right? So this one could be lighter or something. And maybe this is dark. Maybe this is even darker back here. I don't know. Probably not. We could do something like this. Right, so now we're adding some variety. Again, I haven't painted this character's head or anything, but that could be a thing. Maybe there's some blue leading in. And then we have things like, okay, well, maybe we want to section off this corner here with a shadow. So I'm going to add a shadow over there to darken that corner so it doesn't pull our eye out of the composition. And then maybe there's... I do like this. I feel like these shapes are actually going to be pulling our eye in. So now I'm thinking purely from, again, building the painting, right? Like maybe these are going to be books or something, and there's going to be bookshelves back here. Maybe they go behind this little thing. I still don't understand how this works. Is there like a wall up here? I don't know. I have no idea. Whatever it is, there's something up here, and see, I don't know the form of this yet. I don't know what's happening here. Is this like a circle? Is it squarish? I actually have no idea. And also, what's going on over here? I don't know yet, but it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna just leave it as is and I'll move on. Because what I'm trying to do right now is just I'm trying to find an idea to work on. So I don't need it to be a good idea. I just need any idea that I think is fun. And I think for me personally, what makes a lot of ideas fun is trying things that are different or hard or I mean, kind of like this whole rainbow idea, right? This isn't really rainbowy, but if it were, uh, it's like trying to paint with the colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, or purple. Those are hard to like to me. Those are hard colors to paint with because there's so many of them. They're so bright, and so it's fun, and I like the painting because it's something challenging and because it's something I haven't done before. So there is a sense of I want to just try new things. Um, Very rarely am I like super attached to the idea and like I have a story I have to tell. It's typically more I grow attached to it as I develop the story. And I think this is true for me in a lot of life where if I if I discover something or invest a lot of time into something, I start like as I put work into it, I start to like it. Um but I don't think the idea has to start good. I think it's more like I like ideas that I come up with that started as a crappy idea and turned into a better idea, right? Like if I think an idea is good, I'm gonna like it probably, and if I turn it into something better from something worse, I'm gonna like it. I like your style of doing it. So free. No, thanks. How are you, by the way? Acapella. I assume that's how you say your name. Maybe I'm gonna do more portals. Oh, what if I did a rainbow portal? See, so this is where I just merged two things because we were doing rainbow paintings, or I was going to, and then I stopped for whatever reason, and then I made this portal painting, and I'm like, wait, what if I were to make another portal painting, but this time rainbow colors? And let's try it. So I'm gonna take these colors, I'm gonna edit, tonal correction. I want something green. I want naturey stuff. Let's go like that. That'll work. Um, you're fine, thank you. How about me? I'm doing really well. I'm doing very well today. I have a hunch I'm a little. Well, I don't know if I'm tired actually. Maybe I'm tired. I feel like I slept really good yesterday. Okay, so I'm gonna make this rainbowy, and at first I wanted to make the color different. So now I'm literally just merging all this stuff and making a different shape. And, I'm just trying to make it not look like the same image. And maybe use different brushstrokes than I would normally use. I feel like if I'm gonna do a portal though, I need to show that there's stuff back here. Okay, so what if we do, let's see, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. So what if we start warm in the inside? Because I'm thinking, going from the rainbow and circles, I want to end up with cool colors. So red will be in the middle, a bright red, orange, yellow, green, blue, ish, bluish, blue, and then purple. And then it's nice and purple and green are contrasty, but also we can totally blend the blue into those. Oh, that's gonna be ugly. That's okay. We can work with it. Let's grab my blendy brush. This is blendy brush. So far, it's gonna be ugly, but that's okay. I'm studying fine arts, and I also and also into digital art, and our style is similar. Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously I don't. I mean, I wouldn't even know if I would call this my. I mean, I guess this is my style, but like, there's a lot of ways to start a painting, and I don't think you have to always start from the same spot, right? It's going to be very different if somebody says paint a church or paint something that is, paint a library. It's going to be very different than me just painting whatever the heck I want. And I do start differently. Sometimes I'll just start with a color palette, right? Sometimes it's like I want to paint something rainbowy. Ooh, actually, this could be a very desaturated red. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to just make a foreground. Again, don't need it to be perfect. I'm literally just trying to plop in a ground plane so that my brain sees it as flat. I like this purple and green stuff, though. I think it's quite nice. But yeah, that's cool, though, that you're studying fine arts and also into digital, and our style is similar. Yeah, no, I think it's a fun way of working. Is sort of just being open to iterations and not and caring more about sort of the process of exploration and discovery and trying to find something to turn it into. And once you have an idea in mind, you focus on exploring how to show that thing the best. And I feel like it's on one extreme end of sort of the not being super connected to your art, right? Because I'm not like being so in love with the idea that I'm not afraid to change it. Like I'm willing to change any of my painting if I think it makes the idea better, or if the idea becomes, or if my idea changes to something that I think is better. I'm not afraid to change it. Like I'm very rarely so headstrong on an idea that I'm unwilling to change. And I think for that reason, I don't really get attached to art, the art that I make. I don't mind just like messing around and trying different stuff. 5 minute thumbnail. All right. Give me just a second. Let me finish this one up or get far enough in that I'm happy with it. I do want to show. I do want to show that we're underneath stuff. So there's trees. Kind of a weird painting, by the way. What if I make these bright? Does that look terrible? Kinda. What if I make them dark? That we're getting into kind of cliche territory here, but that's okay. I do feel like I want to put some sort of space in the back. Like, do you interested in games? Yeah, I do play games. Not a lot of different games. I tend to find games that I like and I stick to them for a long time. I'm I'm not real big on. I don't know. Maybe some of it's a money issue where I I change like I don't know. Maybe it's just because I don't play a lot of different games. I don't spend a lot of money on games. But I don't know. I don't really play a lot of different games. But no, I do like games. Games are awesome. Especially, I've always been a big fan of competitive games. Any game that has sort of a, player versus player edge, thing to it. I've always liked games with a little bit of creativity where there's, like extensive character building where you have a lot, you can really theory craft different characters, or things like League of Legends, which I don't play anymore, but I've always liked those games as well, where there's a lot of strategy, there is theory crafting, there's you know you can always come up with clever ideas and be creative within the context of the game, but it's also a competitive game, so there's kind of both. Or Magic the Gathering's another good example. There's a good element of creativity and sort of, I mean, it's funny. I've never thought of it as creativity, but you know, having thought about it in the past, it seems obvious that that's what it is. But yeah, there's an element of like I like to learn the rules, and then I can start messing around in that sandbox. And I really like sandbox games like that, especially if there's a competitiveness to it, where you can kind of try to, be clever and outwit your opponents in by doing things that are maybe a little bit non-conventional. I've always enjoyed that stuff. Those have always kind of been my go-to games. The strategy games are up there, things like Age of Empires, StarCraft, those types of games. Always been a big fan. What about you? What kind of games do you like? But I do find myself not playing as many games lately. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Is there a way to? I guess I color dodge, but I don't know if that's gonna look good or not. I like Scorn. It inspired me a lot. I don't know what that is. Never played Scorn. Also Gris. I've seen Gris. Gris looks cool. Yeah, Gris looked cool. I don't think it's really my type of game. It's kind of platformery, isn't it? Not typically my kind of game, but I do like it. I love the visuals of games like that. I like Zelda. The graphics are beautiful. Yeah, Zelda's beautiful. Yeah. Haven't played the new one, or many of the new ones. But yeah, beautiful games. I do like watching games like that on Twitch or on YouTube. I do enjoy watching other people play games. It's always fun. Hmm. I'm struggling with this. And I haven't forgotten about the 5-minute thumbnail redeem. I'm just trying to sort out what the heck I want to do here. I want something. Maybe we'll make this larger. I know portals don't have to be like that, but a rainbow portal. Where would a rainbow portal lead? Maybe this could work. I'm trying to do something just a little different here. Sometimes I think that's another thing that I like doing is and I know people always say don't do it, but essentially doing something different just to be different, or like creative for creative sake. I like that in art, and I like that exploration. Even if I don't, and I think the caveat here and why I think it's okay when I do it and when other people say don't do it, they're also correct, I think the reason I like doing it and I think it's okay is because I do it only in an experimental phase. So I like to try out unique for unique sake. But if it doesn't work, then I can recognize that and move on. So like I'm still not attached to it. But I do think I like doing that. I like to try something that I haven't done just because I haven't tried it. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Do other people like that, or do you guys do that? I feel like people probably do that too. But I think it's bad to do that when if you get really attached to what you're doing and are like, I'm gonna stick with this, even though it's not actually good, but because it's unique and different and I did it. I think that's when things start to get not good. In fact, I think it can get really bad and harmful. But I don't think I typically let it go that far. Also, this is kind of fun. I sort of like this now. We've got a little bit of a slope here. Don't know what all this is, but it's kind of cool. The scale has just changed though. This feels much more vast now. Does it still qualify as rainbow? I don't know. I don't know if that still qualifies as rainbow. Hey, how are you? Rain Raisin and Ruby Purdy says hi. Yeah, I don't know if this qualifies as rainbow anymore. Maybe if I put a little bit of purple on the edge, then it'll be rainbow. I don't know. Um, I like Pox Nora. It's old game but great strategy game. Oh, I've never heard of that. Pox Nora. Hmm. A strategy? Is it like an art? When you say strategy game, do you mean like RTS or do you mean some other type of game that requires strategy? I guess when I say strategy game, I mean RTSs, which is almost like not even a genre anymore. I feel like I couldn't tell you one new RTS that isn't a remake of an old RTS. I'm sure they exist, but I feel like that's a dying genre or a dead genre. Maybe it's just gone. I don't know. Do people still play RTSs? I mean, I'm sure there's still people who play StarCraft, and I know there's still people who play Age of Empires, but I feel like it's like those were both old games and they're not new, right? Like they're not. It has great art. Okay, nice. Any game with good art is a fun game to play. Turn-based game. Okay, turn-based. Nice. I go way brighter back here, like way brighter. I don't actually know if this is going to be good, but I think it could work. So what I'm trying to do right now is just I've turned my screen to black and white. I know you guys can't see it, but I can. I'm also trying to figure out maybe I want to put little characters in here. Or if I do, then where are they? You know, maybe they're like here. They're large. That could be a thing. This is totally my character silhouettes. Something like that. There's some blobby shapes. This is supposed to be rainbow colors, but I don't know if it is. Rainbow portal. Can I give you an idea? Absolutely, yes. Yes, I don't know if I'll use it or if I'll do it, but yeah, I'm always open for ideas. I like hearing what people's ideas are because you never know when they might be useful or when they'll give you. Sometimes the idea will spark an idea, right? And it's not actually the idea that was what I ended up with. But like you might say portals and I'm like rainbow portals or something. But yeah, no, please do give me ideas. Ideas are hard to come up with. Abandoned temple. Okay, I like abandoned temples. It's definitely a thing I've drawn before. I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. Big fan. So yeah, we can definitely work with that. Let me just try to sketch in some bright lines here to make this look more portal-y. I know I asked for something similar like a month or so ago. An abandoned temple? Did you? I probably didn't paint it, did I? Although I don't know. I don't know why I wouldn't have. I feel like abandoned temples are right up my alley. Big fan of abandoned temples. But I also say I'm going to paint a lot of things and then don't. There's an abandoned temple in the desert. Okay. Are you sure I didn't paint it? I feel like I totally did some desert stuff. Maybe I didn't. I'll take your word for it and say that I didn't. But I also feel like I might have started and then I didn't get very far. Or something. I don't know. Okay, so here is a portal that's rainbowy. Rainbowy portal. I like portals. Yeah, portals are fun. They're just kind of mysterious enough that they kind of hold their own. They don't need to be anything crazy. You should do a Japanese torii gate. I have done stuff very, very similar. I don't know if I've ever done specifically a torii gate because one, I kind of don't really know enough about them to feel like I should draw them. I don't know. There's always like that weird thing. Like I don't really like. It's a cool shape. I like the shape and I like gates, and I think it's cool to put arches and stuff. But I never really know why specifically torii gates, and I get that it's Japanese culture and Japanese stuff's cool and I do like Japanese architecture, so I suppose it wouldn't hurt. But I don't know. I never I don't really know enough about them, and I kind of I think they're what like supposed to bring good luck or something or usher you to the spirit world. No, maybe not. I don't know. I don't really know the lore behind them, but I don't know. Something always makes me feel weird doing like extremely culture heavy stuff that has meanings that I don't really understand. I don't know. There's always just something weird about that. I don't think it's bad. It's sort of like a line for me where it's like a tread with caution thing 'cause I don't know. I feel like I could just make a different shape and make up a different meaning or culture that's similar or something so that it's different enough. Um, So yeah, I never. Hey, right dice, long time no see. Dang, that's been a while. So yeah, I don't know. Let's do the abandoned temple. I like that idea. The Torii Gate one, I always feel weird about that stuff. I You know what? I like this. Let's copy this. We're gonna turn this into no. We're not gonna do a desert temple though, because deserts are boring. Sorry, anyone who likes deserts. I live in a desert. I can say that. No. But I'm not a. I mean, deserts are fun, but I feel like we've done them recently. So, have you been anything new or interesting? Nothing. Nothing new or interesting at all. No, I don't know. I think there's new and interesting stuff. I never know what other people would find new and interesting, though, right? Oh, I like this color. That's fun. Those are fun colors. Let's see. What's new and interesting with me? I don't know. I mean, as far as stream goes, honestly, not much. Like, I kind of, I've been doing the thumbnails, a lot of painting ideas on stream, and then we vote, and then we do stuff, and that's kind of been the course of stream for a long time now. We haven't really changed much. We just did a Secret Santa sketch exchange a while back. At the start of the month, I think. Or was that last month? That was last month. So 30 days ago. This gave me rainbow lightning vibes. Oh, interesting. So yeah, we did a Secret Santa sketch exchange about a month ago, and that was a lot of fun. And I want to do another. So yeah, I'd like to do another one of those. We'll probably, yeah, so we probably will do another one soon. Maybe at the end of the month or something, we could plan it. I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, well, just lots of painting, honestly, is what's been up with me. Lots of painting. I took a vacation in February, traveled to Europe, which that was, 4 months ago. Dang, that's 4 months ago now. Yeah, I mean, that's, a lot of the normal stuff, a lot of painting. A lot of painting. We've been doing art Sunday things, trying to learn a little bit of art every Sunday by watching a bunch of YouTube videos and also just finding things to practice and talk about and learn. I just checked and I've been following you for a year and 4 days. Dang, time flies. Yeah, time does fly. Wait, has it really been that? I feel like I don't know why, but it feels like it's been longer since you followed. I thought you were like one of the early ones, but I guess not. It's only a year. Um, where in Europe did I go? I went to Vienna, Austria. It was very cool. I loved it actually. Okay, let's change this. You can also do mosque if you can turn it into an interesting piece. Do a mosque? Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think some people, I don't know. Yeah, mosques are another thing. It's like I don't mind taking architecture and changing it and changing the form, change the composition. Um, but I don't think I would call it a mosque, right? Because the mosques are like specific things, right? Um, I would just make I would just call it a temple, right? Or something. And I would take architecture from a place. Like, for example, I think it's fine. Oh, did Vienna inspire you at all? I've heard it looks wonderful. Yes, it's a beautiful place. It did inspire me. I actually so I had started a painting on stream. And then when I got back, I finished it and I kind of very much inspired me that the architectural styles totally inspired me. So yeah, definitely was inspired by it. Maybe in subtle ways. I mean, certainly with the statues, I really liked all the statues. Also, I still have to do a 5 minute thumbnail sketch. I have not forgotten. I mean, actually, I did forget, but then I just remembered again. So I will do it. I swear. I haven't totally forgotten. Yeah, I thought the amount of statues in like the city, and just if there's like a building here, for example, there would just be statues all over. There'd be stuff in the foreground, and it was just very inspiring. I think compared to where I live, we don't really have statues. We do have art. Question, did that Wizard Cowboy, I don't remember it, thing go anywhere or anything? I mean, we had worked on it for a couple months. There was a, I don't know if we still have the link up or not. Let's see. I'm gonna click. It might not be active anymore. I don't know. It's not loading, so maybe not. Okay. Well, it doesn't seem to be loading. But anyway, no. So yeah, we worked on it for a couple months. It was a fun community thing. I didn't continue it or keep working on it really. It would be fun to revisit it again and do a couple pieces for it. But no, it didn't really go anywhere. It was more just a fun prompt idea. It wasn't like necessarily. Oh wait, no, it did load. It took a while. Yeah, it loaded. Wait. Oh, but the buckles doesn't have any in it. Huh? Maybe they all got deleted somehow. I don't know where all the buckle paintings. Yeah, so this doesn't seem very up to date. There's a lot of ones missing from there. Yeah, it loaded, but it's not complete. So a while ago we had an issue with the site and it was like taken down kind of, and we tried to we reposted it or whatever or updated it, but some of the stuff was lost. So we'd have to re-upload it. I'd have to go dig through the Discord and then re-upload them, which I could do, and I probably should. But yeah, so it's there. Is your Discord public? Yeah, my Discord's yeah. I mean, public in the sense that anyone can join. It's private in the sense that I try not to spam it everywhere. But yeah, no, anyone can join if you want to join. I try to keep it to people who are in stream and that kind of thing. Okay, let's do a temple. So maybe this will be the top of the temple. I guess this is kind of mosque-esque shaped. Maybe there's things like this. I don't know. It doesn't really look temple-y at all. Maybe there's little statues. Here, let me just grab some black. And I'm just going to draw some statues or figures. There's some figures up here. Just kind of putting little blobs. Kind of very, very loosely sketching. Maybe this is like an old tree. And it has I don't know, maybe it has some let's see, shapes that come over here. So I'm just trying to draw this very, very loose. I don't know about that shape there. That's okay. Maybe these are... Maybe there's some shapes coming this way. Maybe there's other shapes going that way. Maybe down here is the dark side of this, and so we get the... maybe we have more of these things up here. Little waterfalls. This can be a little darker. So yeah, I'm just trying to draw and sketch in, and then again, maybe up here we have some skyish areas. So I'm going to silhouette the top. Something like that. I don't know if I want this to actually be sky, or maybe it's something else. Getting huge cherry blossom vibes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to make interesting shapes. So yeah, maybe there's some light, some ponds down here. I feel like I've done something recently to this. This is the I don't know if this qualifies as a temple or not, but it kind of feels temple-like. Dragon Village. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just ordered more of them, and I will send those out. They should be here in a few days, and then I can if anyone has not received a print yet from me, those are on their way. Also, if I've never sent you a print before, I don't remember if I have Conqueror. If I've never sent a print, you'll need to fill out the form to let me know where to send it, or you can DM me where to send it on Discord. But it's probably easier to do the form. That way, there's nothing. Yeah, I just feel like it's a little. It's more comfortable for me. Um, Discord, we were talking about earlier, and with streamers and Discord has a lot of things like streamer mode, which makes it harder to accidentally leak information. But DMs still there is a potential. Not that I will ever do that, and I hope I never leak DMs, but it's probably best not to DM me any addresses or anything, because there's always the chance that I goof up or something, and I don't ever want to do that. So it just makes it easier. And it's easy for me to say that I will never look in the address form on stream. So that's just safer for everyone, I think. But there definitely are people who've sent me their email or their address over DMs, but it's not probably the best method or best practices. Anyway, so that's something. This is kind of a fun little painting. Okay, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. So, okay, 5-minute thumbnail. Let me load the timer. Okay, I owe somebody. I don't remember who redeemed it, but here we go. 5-minute thumbnail sketch starting after I drink my tea. Hold on. Today's choosing is gonna be hard. Nice. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's gonna be hard. It's funny. Right now, I don't have anything going on in terms of art off stream, and I'm actually kind of thinking about starting something. It's funny. I always have this idea in my head. It actually, I feel maybe you guys can relate. So, do you guys ever feel like you're chasing the perfect art that makes you super happy, but you never quite achieve it? Or maybe if you play video games, right, in games like League of Legends, you're always chasing the perfect match, even though it's never that good of a game. Like there's always people raging and angry people and disconnects and like there's always something wrong, but you're always kind of chasing that ideal. You're chasing not chasing the high, but there's sort of this mythical perfect painting or this thing where it's like you do all the work and it's awesome and you love it and everybody else loves it and like you're chasing that feeling. There's part of me that feels like that. Like it's like I'm gonna do that painting. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna just start on the thing and it's gonna just click and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be super unique and something I've never done before that is really inspires me. Um, and I feel like I'm at this calm before the storm kind. That's a bit dramatic, I realize, but I'm at this like calm where I'm not currently doing anything crazy off stream, And so I'm kind of like, oh, I've got to find the thing to work on, which is not a good way to approach art, by the way. Let me tell you, you should not expect that your next painting is going to be good. It's a terrible mindset to get in, because then basically your expectations are out of whack, and you're only going to let yourself down, and you're going to not feel good. And also, you're never going to be happy with your painting if you think that the next one has to be your best, because that's not how ideas develop. But it doesn't stop me from occasionally thinking, oh man, this is the opportunity to do the best work I've ever done. You know, you're like, you get yourself in that headspace, which again, it's not a good thing to think. I realize, and I'm aware of it, and I tend not to get myself down because I know better. But also, that thought still creeps into my head, and I feel like that's where I am right now. So, what would you say is your closest to perfect? Oh gosh, there is no perfect. I mean, there's paintings. So, and I've mentioned this on stream before. Over the course of doing art, I'm gonna draw I know people on art streams. I know you guys love graphs and charts. That's like artists. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, so if this were a graph, right, on here you have skill, here you have time, right? And over time, my skill has gotten better, right? And if I were to plot all of my paintings over this time, right, they're all over here, right? They're scattered. Some are good, some are bad, right? I have some random outliers that are terrible, and some high ones, you know. Actually, hold on, that's not accurate. Let's do this. Let's put the random dots in here. Let's erase those. And over time, so it starts out where there's a lot of variance, right? You have a lots of ups and downs when you're a beginner, and over time the variance gets closer and closer, right? I'm just drawing little squiggles. But you still have these random paintings that are like better than anything you're gonna paint for like the next year, right? You like, so to me, this is kind of the graph, right, over time of all my paintings. It's like over time they've all gotten better, but occasionally you have those outliers that are just like way better than the rest, right? Like this painting out here might have been better than anything for like the next year, but then you have a painting that's like here, and it's like, it's not only is it better than the one a year ago, right? It's not only is it better than these, this is like my normal, right? So I've certainly gotten better, but I don't think I've ever had a perfect painting. But you know, any of those outliers that occasionally pop up, where it's like, you know, it kind of stands the test of time, you know, or stands the test of time out to here, right? Like up until this point in time, this painting was that painting, right? And so I have a few, you know, going back through my Instagram. Let me take a look. Am I signed in on this browser? I don't know if I am. Oh, I am. Okay. Let me take a look. I'm going to bring this over here. And I'm going to share my screen. So, oh yeah, I just uploaded this one today, by the way. You should totally go, go like it and follow. Just kidding. Anyway, so yeah, let's see. I think there's definitely paintings that have kind of stood the test of time for me. A lot of them were, so like this one, or let's see, the frog painting, where is it? The frog painting, as far as a quick sketch, I think is one of my best as far as sketchy paintings go. Smash the fall, yeah, totally. I think this one is one of my better, and this was a year ago from today. Dang, it's only been a year? Okay. Not from today, but it's been a year and 3 months. So this painting, it's only a year old, but I feel like as far as a one stream painting, I probably spent an hour and a half on it. I think for a painting kind of from quote unquote imagination, I feel like it turned out really good. Going back, there's other paintings that I'm quite proud of. I mean, you know, even just in stream paintings, there's ones that I really like. You know, I was really proud of this one at the time, but I don't know if it's aged as well. I still really like this one, and this one was 3 years ago somehow. And so I still like this one. This was one of my first paintings, or not first paintings. This was one of my earlier paintings on stream, and I still think it's good. I mean, I spent a lot of time on it, and I think it turned out good, you know. But then, you know, afterwards, I did a bunch of other paintings like this and this that I don't really like anymore. I don't think this one's that great. I think a lot of these are a little lackluster. And, you know, they're not bad, but this one was better than those, right? So this was one of those outliers. You know, if I scroll really far back, I think this one was quite good, you know, as far as illustration type stuff goes. I had some technical difficulties. This one also was quite good. I spent so many hours on this. This was one of my first. This was from 2018, so I'm still happy with this painting. You know, again, I wouldn't have done it the same way. I wouldn't make it look like this, but I think for where I was at the time, back in 2018, this one totally is one of my better paintings. Again, I think all of my paintings now, for the most part, right? Like I think this one's better than that. I think this is better than that. Like I have a lot of paintings now that I think are just stronger paintings. Um, you know, I'm pretty happy with that one. So yeah, there's a lot of paintings that I'm happy with, but I don't think there's a perfect painting. There's nothing that I feel like just is so gotta recreate. Yeah, that'd be fun. I actually like this painting. It's just an avocado with a molten avocado. I like it. I don't know. Is there something special about this one? So yeah. Anyway, I mean, I even like the one that I uploaded today. Funny enough, I don't like the house, so there's already things I don't like about it. But yeah, this is the one that Vienna inspired me a little bit. Sort of a markety area, but there's a lot of little statues around, and some of the shapes of the buildings are very Vienna inspired. Um, you know, not so much the the rest of it, but yeah. But yeah, so anyway, I don't know why I'm sharing off my Instagram. It's not that exciting. But the answer is yeah, I don't know if I'd ever have a close to perfect painting, but there are paintings that just kind of worked. It's funny, I have a weird criteria for judging my own paintings, right? Sometimes paintings that are easy. So I think if a painting is both new to me, so novel, and there's something new and exciting, and I solve the problem without a hitch, so it works. I always, in my mind, I always think those tend to be the best paintings. Could always go off into a tangent of forest house designs. That's fun for you. Yeah, no, any sort of design is always fun. Uh, and yeah, that's a huge, awesome tangent, Jade. I agree. Basically just looking at, you know, learning about stuff, references, getting ideas. I mean, this isn't a forest, but like, you know, there's a bit of like mechanicalness to this, and you know, looking at like old tractors to see how things are constructed in some of their shapes. Um, yeah, I think design in general is one of the most fascinating things of painting, because then oh whoops, you can't see anymore. Uh, anyway, this was the one I was talking about with tractor and stuff. Um, yeah, so it has like tractor shapes. And then this one was very much Vienna inspired. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. References obviously are extremely important, and you know, seeing things and exploring and you know, building up that visual library and using that to create interesting and new designs in a new way. Yeah, totally my jam. Also, I 1 5 minute thumbnail and then we're gonna vote. So do not redeem another one if you're here. Don't redeem a 5 minute thumbnail because I'm gonna do one right now, and then we're gonna vote. Okay, I'm starting. Totally didn't forget. Okay, speaking of forest, I guess we could do a foresty thing. Maybe something, I don't know, maybe some green. We don't really have any green today. Maybe some green and yellow. Yeah, we haven't really done any green and yellow stuff lately. Lots of green, lots of yellow, but also lots of grays. I want to drop the let's see what kind of things should I do? I guess we could do some sort of foresty thing. Maybe I mean, we could do like forest houses. Yeah, the idea of forest house designs. I don't know what I would do for a forest house. We could do like a lost temple type thing, or we could do like I could do like a jungle. I could do a jungle. Maybe I'll do not a jungle. Maybe I won't paint any trees, but I'll do like a place down in the jungle kind of. So like not in the jungle, but in a forest with like so we have here. Let me. Okay, I hate doing this, but I'm gonna shift to a bluish. Okay, so now, yeah. So maybe there's like something, maybe like almost a screen. Hmm. Could be a little home. There could be little houses and shapes over here. Maybe these are different shapes. Or maybe we don't want to go zoomed out. Maybe we want to go large scale. We could go large scale. Also, I don't know why this is so yellow. It's kind of cool, though. Or maybe that's not what I want to do. What do I want to do? I don't know. I'm 3 minutes in and I haven't decided what I want to paint for this thumbnail. Maybe this is just a giant tree. Giant trees are fun. Whoa, we're getting raided! Welcome in, Elsie art. Welcome in, Elsie. The Fae folk arrive. Nice. Speaking of Fae, we just did a Fae painting, or I just uploaded one to Instagram. Welcome in, everyone. I'm doing a very quick 5-minute thumbnail, which I'm already halfway through, but also haven't really figured out what I'm painting yet. And then I can address chat here properly in just a second. But right now I can't actually see what's going on very well. Ooh, this makes me think of like a windmill, but what if we did instead of a windmill just trees, tree branches? Maybe there's like maybe this is like a reddish, red green, can't go wrong there, right? There's a little bit of red popping in. So yeah, just a second. I will take a look at chat after in 1 minute, after this quick 5-minute thumbnail. Maybe this is a little foresty village. Maybe there's another house back here. So little houses back here, just making some shapes. We're gonna go light red. Maybe some back here, overlapping shapes too. And then maybe we want the sun to come in, because we have this backlit sun. So maybe there's sun like this that shines into the green, just to make some nice leading lines into the eye, or into the painting. And then I think that's not bad. I think that's something to work with. Maybe we can get... Okay, there we go. Alright, so there's the 5-minute thumbnail. Totally not terrible, but also kind of something. I don't know what it is. It's something. Anyway, let's go with that. So anyway, welcome in, Raiders. How are you? A windmill, but it's a tree and not a windmill. Exactly. That's my narration right there. No, it reminded me of a windmill, but I didn't want to paint a windmill, so I made it a tree. But anyway. Yeah. How are you? Would you like to share what you were working on? Emily. Ooh, what's this? There's the post. Oh, you didn't need to share that, but thank you. Yeah, that's the Faye post that I just shared today. Yeah. LC Art, would you like to share what you worked on today? This isn't about me. This is about you. how was your stream? What were you working on? We need to see this Faye painting. Oh, I see. You've asked. Oh, how fitting. Would you mind showing it to me? Otherwise, people from my stream. Let's go stalk Joe and their social medias. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, here's the Faye painting. Since you asked. Not that. This one. You love the blue tones? Oh, thanks. So we are gonna vote. But yeah, would you like to share what you worked on? I want to know about your stream and what you were doing. And if you would like to share, you do not need a permit. You can just drop a link to your socials. And I'm going to make a straw poll real quick because I'm already running behind time because I'm been ranting and chatting about random stuff today. So let's see. We have how many do we have today? I'm going to delete number 3, I think. Nah, whatever. We'll keep number 2. Sorry, not 3. We're just going to have 8 today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Not 88. There we go. Allow selection multiple options. Yes. Create straw poll. Bing, bang, boom. There we go. Oh, I don't know. I only have a sketch for a draw this in your style. Hey, that works. A sketch for a draw this in your style will absolutely work. I like to see that. I think we all like to see that. I'm just trying to clean this up real quick. To be honest, I haven't painted because oh wait, what did you do today? Were you doing art? Can I share what I've been doing while watching the stream? Yes, hold on, Azel. Hold on until after we vote, and after I see Elsie art's stuff. Just so, yeah, because yeah. But yeah, actually, you know what? Screw it. You can drop it if you want. Anyone can drop a link to what they've been working on. I don't mind. I don't mind. You can go for it. Okay, so here is that, and then this. You're doing a sketch I was talking about? Okay, nice. Nice. Plus PC getting... Oh, wait. You haven't painted in a long time because of a different healthy issues plus PC getting fried. Oh, no. PC getting fried. That sucks. But yeah, anyone... So not just LC, but anyone can share any art they've been doing lately. I do like to see what people have been working on. But you are going to have to bear with me for a second because I'm going to spam a link to a straw poll if you would like to vote. And then I'm going to pin this message to the top for 10 minutes. There we go. Okay. So now I can take a look at, let's see. So don't mind body or huge canvas. Oh, yeah, no worries. No worries. Ooh, do not look at. Oh, I like this. This is so good. This is extremely good. I love this. I love your sketching style. Here, I'm going to share it on screen real quick. Can I share it on screen? Do I have permission? This is beautiful. Super nice lines. I love how I don't know how people use lines. Lines are hard. I'm like a big blobby shaped person. You know, if you circle something a lot and use a lot of arrows, people will not look at it. Yeah, totally. That's yeah, basic composition right there, right? You lots of leading lines, lots of contrast, arrows pointing, shapes. Nobody will look. Never. That's not how you make a focal point or anything. Okay, of course, yes. Here we go. All right. So yeah, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. Look at this. Man, you're so good at characters. I love just sketches like this. I'm almost tempted to say I like sketches like this oftentimes more than people's finished work. I don't know what your finished work looks like, I'll be honest, so I'm obviously not making that statement, about you, but I love this sort of loose, sketchy, but it's extremely good sketching. It more or less could just be a finished piece, and it would I don't know. It's just so good. I love people who are really good at sketching. It's great. It always inspires me. Also, I'm terrible at it, so it's sort of this maybe mild envy, but also appreciation. I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's awesome. It's inspiring. There's something about sketches that feel more human to me, and I like that. Yeah. So I don't think she's here, but Steph is somebody who sketches very similar to you. I feel like has a very similar style. Maybe even uses a similar brush. It looks similar. Lots of elves and stuff like that too. So very on brand. But yeah, same sort of quality. Just this nice, beautiful look to it. It's very inspiring. Okay, so back to okay. So now I'm going to take a look at some of the other people's art who just posted. Okay, here's a piece I finished yesterday, says Rylandier. Oh, this is nice. This is very nice. Good portrait. New grandkid portrait. No. Very nice, Rylandier. Awesome work. I'm not signed into ArtStation on this browser, else I would like it, but I can't click the button because I'm not signed in and it doesn't save my login info and I don't know my login info, so I'm sorry. Azel, let's take a look. Oh, this is nice. Very landscapey. Nexus concept art. I like it. I like all the little glyphs on the writing on the stones. Fire. I like this a lot. It might actually be an intense envy, but with lots of love. Yeah, something like. I mean, I feel like that happens a lot. I don't. It's funny. I know enough about myself to know that I don't like using lots of lines. So I don't actually wish I would draw like that, but there is definitely a skill envy, right? It's like it's an admiration when I see certain people do things that I have kind of no intention of really doing, but I kind of wish I did it. Like, yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like it's beautiful and yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it because I don't actually wish I painted with lines, but I also kind of wish I liked it, or I wish I liked to paint with lines. I don't know. Hard to describe. I've been working on my manga, mostly scenarios. Thought it'd be nice to have at least one of those places sketched. Nice. Also, okay, we are voting. We're halfway through the voting timer. I realize I haven't mentioned it, so probably nobody has voted. I haven't even voted, but I'm gonna go back. Also, has anyone posted? Let's see. Oh, Ikapilla also posted some art. Let's take a look. Oh, this is really good. Super nice light and dark and shadows and all the stuff. Acapella. That's really good. He's a piece of the last 2 months for a course on ArtStation. Whoa, this is so good. Also, same comment to you as to the other person. I would like it and follow you, but I'm not signed into ArtStation and I don't have my login info on hand. So with it, and I'm not going to do that on stream, but I'm going to leave it open because I do want to follow you and like it. That's beautiful. So good. So dynamic. So great composition, great depth. I really like really nice values. Like you have a good, some of it's in light, some of it's in shadow. So it's like kind of half and half. So it's not like all of your silhouettes are, there's not a sameness feel to it. Like oftentimes with my art, uh, you have like a beautiful variety of contrasts, right? You have some of the light against dark, dark against light. You have lots of different values, all working in the same design. Just super good, beautiful stuff. Okay. Is that everything? Okay. So yeah. All this art shared is so nice. Seriously, isn't it? Also, hi Steph. I don't know if you saw that earlier, but I just mentioned you. Your art and Elsie's art reminds me similar. You guys have like a similar sketching style. I don't know what it is, but it totally reminds me of your art, and it's super beautiful. And yeah, just great sketching. We just got rated by them. Anyway, there is a straw poll that is currently up, and you should vote if you're just popping in, and then I'm going to work on one of these till the end of stream. Even though there's not much to show right now, I will take the idea and hopefully develop it further. My sketch soulmate. Seriously, like there is a lot of similarities between some of Steph's sketches and some of yours. Very, very similar. And it's a compliment on both ends because both of your stuff is super inspiring and awesome. And also makes me a little jealous. Living Water Creations. How are you, Water Creations? Wait, do I know you? Or do you have an eerily similar name to someone that I do know? Let me know if you think I know you. Is this a duplicate account? Living Water Creations? Because it totally could be. Water, is that you, right? I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna vote on. Hold on, let me close all of my 10,000 tabs that are open, and I'm going to vote on. Let's see. I think I like number. Oh gosh, I think 3 is fun, 6 is fun, 4 is fun, 1 is fun, 4, 1, 3, 6, 4, 1, 6, 3. Maybe I guess 5's good too. I don't really. Honestly, today's thumbnails are a little lackluster. I think we can take the ideas and turn it into something cool. Actually, no to 4. No to 3. I'm removing some of the options. No to that. Okay. I have my favorite. You were gonna follow you, but you already are. Love your art. No, that's funny that you already wait. You already follow each other. Or you already follow Elsie. That's funny. So many saying no to number 8. Well, I don't know what it is. I wasn't. I mean, I kind of like number 8, but I there are some that I'd rather work on. Anyway, we have like 30 seconds. If you haven't voted yet, you totally should. Right there, you have 30 seconds. By the time you hear this with the delay, it's going to be too late. So go, go, go. Just kidding. I can wait a few seconds. Oh dang, 23 people. I think we have had more people vote on this than we've ever had voted before. I don't know if we've ever had 23 people vote. So it looks like number 5 is going to win. All right, number 5's the winner. Dang, that's actually really impressive. Thank you guys for being here and for participating and voting. That means a lot. All right, 407 is the name of this. Dang, 407 streams where we've done thumbnails. I only voted for 3 because I see lines. Yeah, yep, there are lines there. There are lines. I did the lines. So there's some lines here, too. But yeah, the lines here were done after. They were done on top of the sketch. Okay, so it looks like we're going for number 5. Ah, Stephanie, you're following me? Do I follow you? Maybe we've spoken before. Yeah, maybe. It's funny that you're already following each other when your art reminded me of each other's. Or I should say, Elsie's art reminded me of Steph's because I saw Steph's first, but I also don't know what the rest of your art looks like, Elsie, so it may look nothing like Steph's. I don't actually know. I just know that the sketching is always the thing that blows me out of the water with Steph's art. Anyway. Okay. So, you know what? No one else is doing it. So I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to add a counter to the anyway thing because I keep saying it. And then I keep catching myself. But no one else is doing it, is catching me. You had no idea that the anyway counter? Yeah, somebody called me out. You should have a mod meeting to update us. Yeah, maybe. So somebody called me out the other day. I think it was Ellie Friend. They called me out for saying anyway. Anytime I'm ranting and I'm like, anyway, back to art. And apparently I just keep saying it and I do. It's like a habit and I'm trying to break it because it's so redundant now that once you know about it and once you pay attention to it, it's like, oh gosh, you really do say this a lot. So I'm trying to get better at it. So I've added a counter so that people can call me out. But then nobody calls me out on it, and then I keep saying it, and like after the fourth time today, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna add one myself. That's how that works. Like right now is when I normally say it. Okay, back to painting. So this thumbnail is from literally a year ago or more. And I don't know what it was at the time, but it is kind of cool. And it's also very blobby. So the colors are fun. I'm actually just a suck of stuff. Everything I do to replicate them. Ah, yes, you're a stalker. I see. Everything you do to replicate stuff. Ah, I see. The copycat. It's like so it's funny. I think this is obviously you're not, right? But there are artists who sometimes people talk about artists like this in a negative way, and I don't like it because I think one of the best ways to learn is to essentially copy. But there are some people, especially if you've learned, certain styles or certain methods from people. Excuse me, I'm coughing. Yeah, I need a drink of water. Okay. So, as I was saying, I think there's a point in a lot of people's painting careers when they look like a sort of, I'm going to use bad in quotes, but like a bad imitation of another artist who they might really really aspire to be like. But I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Like I don't think it's bad to look like a you know a not as good version of say insert famous artist. But I do think if you're obviously like applying to a job or something, and your portfolio reminds the art directors or whoever's hiring of artists who just looks like a worse version of somebody they already know, like that's obviously not good. But at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like that's how we learn, and like it's just one of the stepping stones along the way of getting better is you study the people who you like, and you try to do your own stuff, and you take the lessons that you learn along the way. And I don't know, I always it always kind of bugged me. Like I get that if like it's one thing to copy an actual painting. Wait, was it a caveman who drew on leaves, but since leaves don't leave records like a canvas, he or she never credited? I think I just started a full blown conspiracy. Who is the original artist? I mean, a lot of people did art. I mean, there were definitely cave paintings, right? We do have those. What do you mean, who is the originalist? Like, who is the most unique? Or, like, who was the first to do any art? I mean, I don't know. It also depends on what we constitute art. I'm sure there were, like, people making random squiggles in the dirt with their toes long, long ago. I mean, look, we're probably getting into like evolution discussions. Like, does it have to be a human? Like, does it have to be some like how far back does it go before we can't call it art anymore? I'm sure there was something squiggling its toe and its little baby pinky toe in the sand or something, or in the dirt, and it's like it looked cool, so they kept doing it. And then is that art? Like I don't know. Yeah, making marks for fun. I mean, every kid plays around and tries stuff. Like that's art, right? Anyway, Oh, I said it again. Okay, so painting. I don't know what I'm gonna paint today. I don't know what this is, but it kind of looks like floating islands, so let's just embrace it. Also, maybe I'll try to lean into the composition. Oh gosh, this reminds me of that image that we just saw. It was the Nathan Fowkes thingy. He has a video on it. Some architecture maybe back here. So some architecture. I like these. I don't know what they are, but they kind of remind me of floating islands. Um, yeah, this is going to be a hard thumbnail to work with because I don't know what it is at all. Like, I don't have any idea. Maybe there's some shapes in here that I can kind of find that I can work with. Like, okay, let's see. That reminds me of those spire thingies and caves. Like the caves we no longer go. Like the caves we never go in mine. True, those caves are really well. Not only are they not easy to navigate, there's like nothing in them. They seem really boring. But yeah, the stalagmite. They do kind of look like stalagmite that hang down, or stalactites. I still never know the difference between stalagmites and stalactites. What is the difference? I know Google could answer this for me in just mere seconds, but I'm just gonna be ignorant and let someone else solve it for me because someone else can look it up. One comes from the top and the other comes from the bottom. Okay. So what is what one is the mite? What is a mite? Is a mite from the top and a tite is from the bottom? Which one is I don't know. Okay. Also, do they form differently or like why do they have different names? They must have different geological explanations. You can't eat either. Oh, then there's the same. Stalagmites has a G. They're from the ground up. Stalactites have a C. They're from the ceiling. Ah, that's genius. I didn't. That's a good way to remember it. G is. Oh, that's brilliant. I feel like you just made that up, but I also don't think so because that that is that's a good way to remember it. Thank you. Stalagmite is from the ground. That is a good way to. I love little things like that. That is basically how I got through all of my schooling is by silly things like that, like making little memory things. Um, yeah, that's basically how it is. It's connecting dots essentially. I thought they were formed then when water carries sediment around. Maybe possible. I don't even know what they're made of. Are they calcium deposits? I assume they're salt deposits, right? Of some sort. Where water flows, rises and falls. And so as the water rises and falls, it deposits, yeah, probably sediment that sticks to each other, and then it built clumps. That would be my guess, but I don't know enough about geology. I'm kind of a geology noob, to be honest. I But that would be my guess. So my if I had to guess how they would form, and this is my totally not scientific method, uh, I would say here's the ground, and then you have the water come in, right? And it comes up and it leaves some sediment and stuff, and then it falls, and then it comes back up, and then it leaves more sediment, right? And then the sediment piles up. And same for the ceiling, right? If you had a cave up here, here's a cave ceiling. Oh, hold on. That. No, not that. There's a cave ceiling. And then, so this is the water line, and the water line goes up, and it swishes up against the ceiling, and stuff on the ceiling is going to start to form, and then it starts to accumulate with a layer of stuff, and then the water line comes up and down, and each time it does this, things are deposited, and pretty soon you have things like this. I don't know. That's my guess. And why they stick to each other, I don't know. But that, I have no idea if it's sediment and water dripping that drop from the stalactites. That, yeah, that would make sense to me. I get the dripping ones. I don't really get the piled up ones. Oh, I see. So it's the water dripping that creates the bottom one. Oh, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. So the water dripping piles up in. So would it be fair to assume that stalactites on the ceiling are larger than the mites on the bottom because you have to have these first before these can form? Is that a reasonable assumption? I feel like my science hypothesis would be that these on the bottom would be smaller and these on the top would be bigger because they have to form first, and then they drip, and then they go bloop, 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 and then, yeah. I don't know if that's true or not. I like it. I feel like I learned something, even if I don't know if it's true. Because, as I always say, don't take advice from people on Twitch chat. But also, that seems pretty accurate. Generally, yes, although the top ones can break off, and now the bottom ones are bigger while the top ones start up again. Oh, okay. Interesting. That would make sense. You seem like you know a bit of geology. I mean, I guess it's not like super next level stuff or anything. Of course, we're talking eons. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're talking a long time. Yeah, geology is slow. But so is everything in science. I mean, whether it's biology or geology, like there's just a lot of slow stuff happening. Or physics, right? We're talking about like planet and star formations and crap. Like, yeah, it's slow. We got slow stuff. The universe is not, doesn't happen overnight. Can I see 4 again? Sure. Oh, not that. Hold on, let me delete these. Delete. Nope, just kidding. You can't see 4. It's gone. Nah, geologist, just trivial knowledge nerd. Yeah, no, that stuff's useful, especially for painting environments. Let me open up this one. Number 4 was this. It was like a library-ish thing. And also, Alex, I'll put these in Discord. Here, let me print. Not print. What am I talking about? Let me copy this, and I'm going to slap this into the thumbnail archive channel in Discord. Very good. They're also good. I mean, thank you. I'm going to appreciate your compliment, but also then I'm going to reject it and say, I don't think they're that great today, but I do appreciate it. This is how I just don't take compliments. I'm just kidding. No, I do appreciate it. My impulse was to say nah, because I don't know. It's also really hot. I blame that for my lack of arting today. Okay, I've decided what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lower this. I'm gonna make this into a temple that we were talking about. Fair enough, but for particular, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and I appreciate it. I think it's good to be able to find stuff in your own art that you like and that you don't like. I think both are good skills. Okay, so I am going to turn on my air conditioning first because it's super hot and I'm starting to sweat and that's gross. So, okay, now, can you guys hear my fan in the background now? You have to be self-critical, right? So, yeah, I think so. I don't think being self-critical is negative at all. In fact, I feel like I am quite happy about stuff in general when it comes to art. art kind of pumps me up and it inspires me, and I feel good about it even if I am being self-critical. I mean, that's how that like that is quite literally my process of painting. Like, I'm not even like exaggerating. I can start with a blob, and then I'm just start being self-critical about that blob, and I say, this doesn't look like a house. Houses are more pointy. And then I make it more pointy. I'm like, this doesn't look like a door. Doors are more rectangle. And then I make a rectangle. And then it's like, this doesn't have depth. Depth needs foreground, midground, background. Then I add a foreground, midground, background. Like, I'm literally just critiquing my blobs every step of the way until it turns into a painting. Like, that's pretty much how I do it. And it's not like I'm not imagining something at the start. It's basically critiquing. Like, it's self-critiquing. Obviously, there's other ways to paint. Um, and obviously, as you get better, your paintings, your first solution is going to be better than, say, it was 2 years ago. Probably. But yeah, it's pretty much all the same. So I would never harp on someone for being critical. I think it's good. I think the only time being self-critical is bad is when, well, actually, let me revise that. I think I have a different take. I think if you I think being self-critical is good if you're thinking about the process. Meaning you're open to change. You hear something, you decide that it's not good, so you change it, right? You're not tied to it, right? Your self-worth isn't tied to it. It's purely you're in the process, right? It's not the final. But I think if you start being like, oh, everything I make is bad, right? Or oh, everything I've ever made is bad. That's not about the process, right? That has nothing to do with process, and now you're getting into negative territory, in my opinion. But I think as long as you're still in the process and you're actively changing, you're not too tied to any one thing, right? If something doesn't work, you try to figure it out, and if it still doesn't work, you understand that you change. Like, you don't have to like what you make, but I think overly focusing on the end result not being what you wanted isn't helpful. Like, I think you have to kind of stay sort of grounded and keep on moving forward. But I do think being self-critical is still good. You just have to, I don't know. Maybe it's not about being in the process. It's just not tying your self-worth to it, I guess. Right? It doesn't mean that you have bad ideas if you keep painting stuff that doesn't look good for you. It might be other problems. So it takes sort of a careful, I don't know. It reminds me of when scientists say things like "I don't know," right? This all kind of echoes the same sort of thought process and the ways of thinking. To me, art is very much being like a scientist. There's a lot of results, or we get a lot of results. Some are good, some are bad, but it's very easy to jump to the wrong conclusions, like the public does. But as we have to channel our inner scientists and be like, all we know is like the results tell us very little, and a bad result doesn't mean we're bad, right? You can't draw that conclusion. All it tells you is that, maybe you lacked some knowledge, or maybe you have more to learn, or maybe you didn't take enough time and care in your process, or maybe it was something new, and new things often fail. Like, who knows? It could be so many things, and like jumping to wrong conclusions is something I think we have to be really vigilant to avoid when we're being self-critical. Because if we're not, it's super easy to fall into the traps of again, jumping to wrong conclusions. Same with social media. Super easy to jump to the wrong conclusions in social media. And we have to really think, sort of, put our science-y hat on, in my opinion. And just sometimes say, I don't know. And it doesn't really matter, because that's not important. That's how it is for me. I'm gonna head out. I'm getting very sleepy. Oh yes, thank you so much for the raid. I'm surprised you hadn't already left and gotten food and sleep. So much for the stream. Beautiful art and geology. Geology. Well, it wasn't me. I didn't do the geology lesson. That was Rylandier. that was not me. But yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, there's a few geology podcasts that I've been listening to as well because I do find thinking about geology is actually a good way to sort of thinking about natural processes. And I still remember the explanation of like hot spots and how they can move. And so things like the islands of Hawaii have formed because it's essentially moving over a hot spot. And so over time this hot spot bubbles up its little magma and it or whatever, and it creates these little islands that look like they're moving. But then in places without tectonic plates, like on Mars, you end up getting like the largest mountain ever because it doesn't that one spot is just constantly building on it, almost like a stalagmite or stalagmite with a G. So it's kind of it's sort of like that where it sort of builds up from this central channel, whereas in a place like Hawaii, it never can grow really really tall because you have that tectonic plate shifting stuff. It's shifting around, so it moves, so it never can just build straight up. Anyway, so that was from a geology podcast. I probably butchered a lot of it, but stuff like that is always fascinating. Where like understanding the conditions that can cause supermassive volcanoes or supermassive like mountains. Whereas on Earth, they oftentimes don't get that large because you do have things moving around. So hypothetically, if you were drawing an alien planet, if you knew if the planet had or had a not a molten core, but if you knew if it had tectonic plate action, then you could use that to be like, oh well, it might have a molten core but no tectonic plates, so now maybe the volcanoes are extra large, right? And you could kind of draw some conclusions about what might happen geologically based on. And I don't know. I think stuff like that's really cool. I'm glad I was able to share knowledge rather than draining all I can from Joe. What do you mean draining all you can from? No, great. I love that stuff. More knowledge is better. That's basically that's how you get good at art. I think is you keep learning stuff. You learn about a lot of stuff. Um, yeah, that's basically it, in my opinion. In my super pro opinion. Okay, I'm gonna find some references real quick because I'm starting to not know what I'm doing. Let's do. I kind of wanna. Let's see. Is it the White House that I'm looking for? Nah, White House is boring looking. Some sort of structure. Um, I definitely want to do some sort of old temple or something. I think what I need to do is just start painting. I've been slowing down. But let's first think about composition. So I kind of like the idea of a little bit more of a central composition. Just for some reason, maybe I can shift it later and deviate. But also, I want a little bit more. Oh, so this brush is real laggy, but that's okay. We're just going to embrace the lag. I do want to also add in an overlay and take an airbrush. I like these colors though. They are pretty neat. Okay, so I'm making a little bit of a vignette here. Stuff in the foreground is going to be a little darker. Stuff in the background is going to be a little lighter. We have the bulk of the lightness. Okay, so that's not bad. Maybe we go a little bit on the light side with the Could go glow dodge. That's kind of nice, actually. Okay, so that's kind of fun. And now, I'm just going to take a regular brush, and I'm actually, after I save. And so now I'm going to try and just paint some interesting shapes, and I feel like I'm starting to get sort of like, there's some steps here, there's this little building of some sort, maybe there's a couple buildings, maybe we make it terraced. And put some buildings back here. I do think I should probably figure out what's back here. Nah, maybe not. Maybe that's not important yet. Thank you for the follow. Catalyst, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, Catalyst. So yeah, I'm just gonna try and sketch some of this thing. This definitely looks like some large, important structure. I feel like I should have a reference for this building, but I don't. So we're just gonna have to make do with guessing. And this is not advised. You should not do this if you're painting. You should get references. Don't be like me. No, I will get references, I swear. But right now I'm just kind of guessing about what this could look like. Hi, it would be actually better if you save the VODs to watch later. Actually better if you save the VODs to watch later. I do that. I do save the VODs to watch later, actually. Why do you... What do you mean it would actually be better? I do that. In fact, I have an entire YouTube channel dedicated to VODs. It's fairly new. Maybe you know that. I don't know. But yeah, I do save them. I don't save them all on Twitch, if that's what you mean. I just let them autosave and then I upload them to YouTube. That's actually not the... Hold on, that's actually not the channel. But I do have the VOD channel somewhere. It might be in the description to that channel. But it's... Oh yeah, it's right there. To view older VODs, it is this. I think. Nope, it says that's not... Doesn't... The page is not available. What? How is that not available? Hold on. Let me just YouTube my own name. Why can't I find it? Okay, here we go. Didn't know. Sorry. No, that's fine. I don't have a command for it, Sal. That's my fault. Oh, sorry. I was unable to see them on Twitch. I refreshed and now I can see. Oh, yes. Yep, I do save VODs. But yeah, so that's, yeah. So this particular one, though, how is your tea, Joe? Oh, very, very cold. Thanks, Water Creator. Speaking of Water Creator, you have a I don't know, doppelganger, a clone, an imitator? Just kidding. Somebody earlier who had a very similar name to you followed. Mesa Ana, how are you? Good evening. Guten Abend. I don't know. Do you maybe speak German? I'm just assuming, but it might not be. Without the E. No, it was Living Water Creations. But it seemed familiar. Dutch? Okay, never mind. It was a guess. I just took a guess and I was wrong. But anyway, how are you doing? Hope you're well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try and diagnose my painting before stream is over. So I like the idea of having some things in the foreground, but I don't want them all in the foreground. So like I want varying degrees of depth in the background. So some in the back that are large, some are small, right? Some big. Like I'm okay with these like you know, stalactites. I'm okay with that. But also I want a varying degree of them. You know, maybe back here we have some. This is very volcano-y. Kind of volcano-y. And then maybe some back here, but again, not very large. Because I just don't want like dark shape, dark shape, dark shape, dark shape. Like I want a variety, and right now, it wasn't giving me a variety. Imposter, yeah, there can only be one water goddess. No, I was just funny. There's a lot of people with similar names to other people, but yeah, it was just funny. I didn't want to make a big deal of it. Especially when it's not someone who's chatting, then it feels bad. But yeah. Mesa Ana, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. And I kind of like this, but I think... What do I like about this? What do I not like about this? This is very Capital on Fire looking. We have some... It looks like a Capitol building of something, but I'm not sure what. And I don't think I want it to keep looking like that. Like this stuff back here, I don't think we need that. Look at this. Trying to lead the eye a little bit inward so that dark shape can be silhouetted. I'm still very much in the thumbnail stage, even though I'm starting to refine a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna start guessing this is the water you're talking about. Yes, that's the water. Yes, yes, yes. That's the water I was talking about. There we go. Yeah, see, I thought maybe it was an alternate account. Because I feel like Water Creator, Water Creations, they're eerily similar, you know? Anyway, I didn't mean to call you out of lurk. I apologize. But it's just too interesting of a coincidence to not mention. I wasn't blue. It wasn't blue, so no big big no. I see. Water creators, yeah. Exactly. Or one is the creation though, right? So one's the creator, one is the creation. Okay. Trying to think about what I want to do here. I feel like there's some story. Okay, I gotta find some architecture references. Capital buildings. I don't know. What am I trying to find? I guess this is very US Capitol, isn't it? Or something. I'm okay with it, but I feel like there has to be more. I don't want the US Capitol. I want something different. Sorry for being distracted. I had some collecting business to take care of. No worries. I'm kind of being a bad streamer right now and finding references on stream. And I'm not sure what references I want to find. I want some like... Uh, um, is it like Versailles Palace? Is that the one that looks super fancy? I don't think that has that's not what I'm looking for, but... They might have some inspiration. Also, I might disconnect. I hope not, but I never know. Sometimes when I'm looking through images online, my internet will struggle. Okay, here we go. That'll work. Okay, so I did find an image that's gonna work for now. That I can kind of not necessarily just use as a reference, but I think it'll be nice. Sometimes there's just things that I hadn't thought about. Like, for example, pairing these columns next to each other, so where you have little gaps where you have like two, here, and then you have a gap. Stuff like that. Just little patterns of shape design of, big, medium, small. Just little things, little shapes of dark and light. Yeah, gosh, this looks like a cat building on fire. Oh no, what am I drawing? What am I drawing? No, it's not gonna be. I'm gonna change it. I have to. I want to. Maybe we'll put another little silhouette back here of some. Ooh, I know. Okay, so we have the bright silhouettes, right? So we have these, and then I can add some back here where it's light against. So this is dark against light, and this is what I was talking about. That other person who shared their art earlier, who was super good. Right. So here we can have some dark against light. Here we have this light against dark. Even this could be light against dark in the shadows. Right, and I think this can help add variety, right? And again, back here we can have light against dark, and then we can also have dark against light somewhere. So basically, just by varying how we do things, right? You can have these shapes, different contrasts, right? You can also have different contrasts of like saturated against desaturated, or desaturated against saturated, all sorts of stuff. The Versailles does look fancy, but it's mostly because of the gardens rather than the castle itself. Yeah, that's what I found when I just Googled it. Brandenburg mixed with Kyoto Golden Temple. I've been to the Kyoto Golden Temple. I've been there in person. It's like one of the two places I've ever traveled. I mean, I've been to Japan, and that was one of the places in Japan. But other than Japan, I've been to like one place outside the U.S. But yeah, no, I've been there in person. I even have a photo that I took with a disposable camera where my finger is in front of the image because I was bad at taking photos. And half of the photos I took when I was in Japan had my finger covering the lens because I'm an idiot. Can I link a reel from Insta, noob here, to Twitch chat? You can. I don't typically watch things from stream because sometimes my internet sucks. I don't know why. But yeah, maybe. I mean, what is it? Yeah, if it's relevant, typically I only allow people to link things that are theirs. So like if you did something and you made something, you can share it. I typically don't want a ton of people linking stuff that isn't theirs, because there's kind of the assumption that if you link something, it's yours. I don't know. Maybe it's just because, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. If you want to share art, yeah. If it's yours, then share it. Yep. If it's your stuff, you can share. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can share your art. Welcome Raiders, by the way. Me. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I misunderstood. I didn't read the chat because I was too busy ranting about something. Okay. Me, you know the drill. Would you like to share what you were working on? Also, I will not share other people's stuff on screen, but I am going to take a look. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, I love this sketchbook. Oh, that's super beautiful. Very nice. I'm going to give you a follow because that's cool. I'm good, thank you. Nice. Glad you're doing well. Sometimes, may or may not be always. Oh, ranting? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good at ranting or bad. Do you consider it do you say you're good at ranting or I'm pretty bad at ranting, meaning like you have a ranting problem, but also your skill, I don't know. Like anyway, you get what I'm saying. I don't have anything ready, but I can share your Instagram. Yeah, you can share your Instagram, absolutely. Absolutely. Good at ranting. Okay, I'm pretty good at ranting, if I do say so myself. So I'm trying to just sketch in some lines here. Not trying to make anything perfect, but I am trying to make it not terrible. I feel like that's kind of my goal with art, is just to not be terrible. And I say that kind of jokingly, but I do. There is an element of, and I was talking about this earlier, where I kind of am in constant critique mode, where everything I do, I'm sort of critiquing it to some degree. So let's make this upward. And I don't think it's bad, right? I view the critiquing stuff a good thing. Um, so yeah, this should be rounded. This should be rounded. Maybe some stuff like this. I obviously have references now, which I didn't have earlier. Just trying to add some little highlights. Maybe even some back. Maybe a little bit of a highlight back here. I don't think so, though. Guess I could. Something like that. I've got a critique. I think the palace needs more depth on the right. Probably. I don't think I'm there yet, though. Well, let me take a look. The more depth on the right. You mean, like, over here? Yeah, probably. There's a lot of stuff that needs help over there. Because I'm only going to be painting for another 30 minutes, or do you mean over here? I mean, there's a lot of it that needs depth, right? Even in here, it needs some depth. Right, there's some stuff back here. Some little tiny lines would go a long way over here. Haven't really decided what's going to be over here, though. Maybe a little statues. Maybe they'll be like little statues. That could be a thing. Maybe that's what these are. They were going to be like stalagmites. Some like, or something. Ooh, there's your Insta. Okay, let's take a look. Ooh. I don't really know what I'm looking at, but I like it. Ooh, I like these little designs. I don't know how you made them, but they're cool. I like these. This is neat. Oh, and all the little, all the what do you call it? The, the pen sketches. The beach one. And the mask. Oh, I like these. These are cool. Thank you for sharing. I like those. Okay, let's take a look at Mimi's art. I kind of somehow ignored Mimi. Sorry, Mimi. So I'll just call you Mimi because I keep saying Mimi is a lot of me's. Okay. Here is Mimi's art, or Mimi's art. Here we go. I'm sharing it on screen because Mimi rated us. Here is their art. We have 300 followers. Nice. Good job. Joe, don't... Yeah, I won't forget it. Here's one day ago. Very nice. Look at these nice sketches. Look at the lines. That also, if anyone ever thinks they have to do, like, if you look real close, you can see the pencil sketch underneath, but you don't even notice it because it's so light. I feel like this is a perfect example of sketching traditionally on one page without doing, like, copying over it, where you just like do a light sketch and then you draw the stuff darker on top. Super good. Yeah, great design, great shapes, very nice. I really like it. And I think the fact that it's 3/4, every time I see art like this, it reminds me how much I like 3/4 view characters. There's something about the asymmetry in them, even when you're doing things like the neck the what do you call it, the collar of the shirt, the fact that the shapes aren't just the same shapes, like they're not just mirrored, right? And there's like a lot of room for shape design, right? Because if you were to tilt the collar in a different angle, the other one would look different. So depending on how you want one shape, you can make the other shape. I don't know. There's just a lot of variation. I like it. Ooh, and some painted stuff, some digital. Very nice. Mermaid. 3 days ago. Dang. Living Water Creation. See ya. Talk to you later. It's been fun. Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, anyway, this is Me's art. And now back to our regular scheduled broadcasting. Just kidding. I don't know what that even means. There's not really anything scheduled, maybe. But yeah, beautiful stuff, Me. Okay, so this is this looks too much like the U.S. Capitol. I need to do some interesting designs or something. I need to do something back here. I mean, it's totally, I'm using it as a reference, so it makes sense that it would look like the U.S. Capitol building, but, you know. But yeah, so depth on this side is what someone said as a critique. And yeah, I think I agree. I'm not quite there yet, though. I still want to figure out what the heck I'm doing composition-wise. So I'm not too hung up on depth in the building itself. I like these things hanging down. I'm trying to figure out if I like the smoke here, or if it's smoke at all. Like, what is it? Do I want to do something like this, maybe? The light coming in? That could be fun. Could also be why we get the lighting right on the top there. That would be not a bad idea. So for example, if I took like just an airbrush, I'm just going to take this bright light. If I were just to like, I'm not going to keep these bright lights in here, but this kind of thing. Right? Where you have these sort of lights coming in. That would be a good way to sort of showcase. Actually, that's pretty cool. I kind of like that. It gives just enough of direction. It also adds a little bit of ambience. Or, yeah, ambient, not ambient, what am I saying? Just like fill light in here, just some noise that it kind of, I don't know, kind of works. Okay, now what am I doing here? Do I want this to be... I could just darken it all. No, I kind of like the foreground. I think what I need to do is bring the light into this side. Because we kind of have the light over here, the light over here, the light over here. But I feel like we need light over here to balance it out, kind of. Right? Because like if it's over here, all of our light is in this area. Right? Whereas if I balance out here, we occupy more of the painting. And I feel like this is the natural kind of landing point for it. So maybe I come in here. I know there could be steps here. This might be a bit much, but then I'm going to take this. Maybe these are blacked out a little bit. Or there's stuff here. I don't know. There could be little things down here. And again, there can still be stuff up there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take just a new layer. So I'm essentially I'm merging my layers, right? So now they're all merged. I'm duplicating it. I'm actually going to save it just so it is saved. Thank you for the hydrate water. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. Alex Thompson. Oh, I guess I will share. Oh, I didn't even see Alex Thompson. I'm sorry. I didn't click your link. Oh, I like it. Ooh, nice. I like your let's see, concept from a few weeks ago, Armageddon is not and it's in the form of AI. I like it. I like the very android I never know if to call it android or cyborg. Cyborg, I guess. I like that. I actually that is one of my favorite ways to draw characters. I feel like it makes drawing characters easier, kind of, because you can use the mechanical bits to contour the the form of the body. So like instead of just having a smooth face, you can have these cut marks where they go around the form. So like I don't know, I always found that it helps to actually paint them. Oh, you were really good at faces. I like it. Very nice portraits. Nice. I like it. Thank you so much for sharing. True, and the lighting is more dramatic with ease. Yeah, I feel like it's I mean, it's funny and don't take this the wrong way when I call things like, "Oh, that's easy mode" or something. I think it is like it's both cool because you get to do your own thing, right? You're designing these androids or robot people or whatever you want to call them, but at the same time it's sort of it helps you make decisions because it's implementing lines and onto your normally you don't have like these hard lines that go across the form on faces, but having those sudden like cut lines are I don't know, I just find it really useful. And I'm not a big people drawer or people person in general, but I think that's definitely one of the ways that I enjoy drawing people the most is to have those little design elements where you can do cut lines and stuff. I think it's great. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm gonna try and outline some of these forms, these little stalagmites. Let me go and find just Google stalagmites. Stalagmite images. These are not very good looking, to be honest. I always thought they were cooler looking. I mean, they're kind of neat. I found some references here that are kind of neat, but so this is the reference I'm going to use, or maybe one of them, just for like the texture. I also have some other stuff, but like this one also. Like these are not very appealing shapes. Might as well share my photography one too. Oh yes, please. And then like this is just one for the forms. So I'm going to use some of this stuff as a reference. Gonna go make something to eat, BRB. All right, let's take a look at the photography. Ooh, oh, these are cute little birds. No, I like this. I like all these. Very nice. Got some fountains in there. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. I like it. Thank you for sharing. And thank you everyone for sharing. Also, hope everyone is doing well. Also, I just had to turn off my fan because it was loud and obnoxious. Okay, so right now I'm having some issues with my painting. Primarily composition, but also depth and just interest. Ooh, maybe there's... Okay, this is going to be weird, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to take a brush like this. And what if these have little stalagmites underneath it? These have little ones up top here. Here. And here. I'm just trying to make them all over. Lovely birds and flowers and architecture. Yes, it is. It's really nice. I always like nature photography and stuff in wildlife photography. I think it's always super cool. Photography is one of those things I don't really have a desire to do because I'm always forget to look at photos. Like it's weird. Like I always whenever I take photos, I forget to look at them. Like I don't go back and like look at my own photos and so I think for that reason I don't really I don't know. I guess I never really have the urge to to look at lots of photos. Ooh, I like this actually. Hold on, let's. This one can hang down. I just scrolled down and found doggos and catos. I'm in heaven. Nice. But do you ever feel like that with photos? Like you, does anyone just not really like to look at their own photos? Like I think I would like taking photos, but then I would just never look at them again. Like I'm not a big like I guess photos for sentimental reasons I'm not big on. I don't know why. I've never really gotten into the habit of looking at them. Like if there were times where I would take photos on trips and I'd just like, okay, I've taken the photo. Sometimes it helps me remember what I did on the trip, like not after, but like I remember taking the photos, so I kind of remember the trip better. But yeah, I don't feel like no. I feel like I would not be a good person to get into photography for that reason. You know, it's like why paint if you don't like paintings? Or why not that I don't like photos. I do like photos. What am I saying? I don't know. Wonder if anyone else shares that opinion though. Because I do think photography is really important, especially if you do a lot of painting and composition work, which I do a lot of composition stuff, where I'm designing my own images and coming up with ideas and trying to figure out how do I want to best showcase it. You know, how do I frame the image? And here, I don't know if I'm making a path into it or what. Oh, I know. So maybe here I'll use these dark bands. So dark on darkish. So like medium dark on dark or whatever you call it. So I'm using these bands to imply that these are stairs. And then over here, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to use the light bands on stairs. So I've kind of done some of the drawing stuff. So now it's pretty much up to well, that could be fun. We could even do like the bright stuff down there. Okay, do I like the composition? I'm trying to think about this. I mean, kind of. We do have a foreground, midground, background kind of thing. I think what I don't like about this, since so much of my painting is critiquing myself, and this I kind of mentioned this earlier, basically from start to finish, my process is to just constantly critique my own painting, which I do think is why a lot of artists are very self-critical, and sometimes it sounds like they're being negative. Sometimes they are. But it's this idea of just sort of going through the process and you put something on the page and you say, what's wrong with it? And then you find out what's wrong with it and you fix it. And then you say, what's wrong with this now? And then you fix that. And you keep doing that. And constantly you're looking for stuff that's wrong. Like, you know. But you're also learning as long, you know, each along the way, so that next time you can do it better. But that part never gets talked about. I feel like. Okay, so I'm trying to think about the arrangement of these shapes. Right now, I think they're a little too samey. There's that shape and that shape and that shape and that shape. They're all kind of the same size and shape. So I wonder, maybe if I knock out this shape, make it a little smaller. Maybe make this shape a little bigger. Maybe this is a statue of some sort. Also, if these are the stalagmites or tights or whatever, cut something similar. I think this shape is a little off. Statue of a Stick Salesman? Yeah, I was thinking about it, but I'm not convinced. I don't know if I like the position. I feel like this shape is honestly in the way of something. Of like the leading line. Like I like the follow-up or the path that leads up to here. I think this is good. This stick person is a good... I think that one's a good spot. Is this cult headquarter of him? I don't know. Stick person's evil lair. Think. I do feel like this could be... There's a little bit of a something implied back here. Thank you for the follow. Deceased Looney. That name. I thank you. I appreciate you for the... I appreciate the follow. I hope you're doing well today. Also, hope everyone's doing well. And staying hydrated and stretching and all this stuff. I think okay, I think I know why I don't like the foreground here. I think it's too small. I think these things need to be bigger. They need to be more in our face. After all, they are closer. And there's not really a good hierarchy of shapes. Okay, I think I can have simplified shapes down here, like this, if I want, or small shapes, but I think they have to be in the shadows. And maybe this can come down more. I am trying to figure out the elevation change here. I assume we're kind of looking up a little bit, but I don't know what I want to do down here in the foreground. I could just take a, something like this. Just be like, just slap in some flat color. How long have you been doing these compositions? I'm trying to improve for concept art, but your work is inspiring. Aw. I've been doing this for 3 hours and 30... No, I don't know. Gosh. I mean, I've been painting for 10 years. But I obviously didn't start doing this. I started with a lot of just, things like perspective and sketching from photos and watching a absolute load of demos and process videos from different people and learning about the programs and how to paint. Hey, Popcorn Girl, I am still alive. Yes. So I don't know how long I've been doing specifically this stuff. But, I mean, I've been sketching little compositions from, I guess, what you would call imagination for a super long time. I've always enjoyed... I've been here for about 90 minutes, and you had just started voting then? Yeah, so I've been live for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and an hour and a half ago we started voting. So, this specific painting has taken about 2 hours now, probably. But, well, I don't know how long I spent on the thumbnail, actually, because I technically didn't... I technically didn't do it today. It was the one that Neo brought, or was it? No, it wasn't Neo. I'm sorry, I'm getting you mixed up. It was Crunchy. Crunchy brought back a thumbnail. And yeah, so, but we started with this. So this was the thumbnail. And obviously it doesn't look anything like this. This probably took me 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know. I did this like a year ago, and then it was brought back. So that's, yeah, so we worked on that. But yeah, I mean, I've been doing these little sketches for a long time. I mean, part of it's on stream, so the fact that it's on stream is a thing. But yeah, I mean, each one of these has little, many thumbnails, right? There's just a lot, right? So, and this starts at 200, right? So there's 200 more than what you're seeing here. So this is only half of them. But in each one of these, there are entire sheets of thumbnails. Just sometimes it's just random color blobs. Sometimes it's, compositions, or sometimes there's themes. So there are a lot of them. And yeah, so I've done a lot, but they aren't. But again, some of this I wouldn't. This isn't. I wouldn't even call this practice, right? This is more of a performance in some ways, because I'm not typically breaking new ground here. I'm not trying super new things. I'm sort of doing things that I'm pretty comfortable with most of the time. But I do think I improve and I learn over time and I get better, and so it's a slow process. But also, despite me painting a lot because I stream a lot, I also don't feel like I've taken the most direct approach to learning. There could be a watery step. Yeah, I was thinking about that. That would have been the. So I'm very tempted to do that because, in my opinion, that's the easy approach. I love my lasso tool, water patches, right? Where you go like stuff like this and you make little watery. Oops, this should be flatter. It should be wider, right? I love doing stuff like this where you just take, maybe this could be more like that, right? Maybe there's some reflections down here. I'm a sucker for this stuff, right? This is my bread and butter. I am yeah, I like this stuff. But also it's kind of the easy route, and I'm not sure if this is the way that I want to go. I don't This doesn't actually even look that good, but I kind of did it wrong. Uh-oh, that was the wrong layer. Okay, first time undoing in the stream. Okay, well, some of it's staying because I don't have that many undos. I just have to paint over it. Okay, the Seed Saloon says, I'm a traditional artist, but I really wanted to get a digital art. I want to get a tablet so I can do it on the move, and also because I'm very uncomfortable with using a mouse. Yes, definitely don't do art with a mouse. I mean, you could. It's possible in theory. It's just not the same. I don't know. I would not be doing digital art if I didn't have a stylus and a pressure sensitive tablet. I wouldn't do it. Not being able to control the amount of pixels you put on, not being able to control the amount of paint you put on the canvas, right, from light to shading to all the way dark, like not being able to do that would be horrible. I wouldn't paint if I couldn't do that. I mean, this is like the bread and butter of painting, right? Is you can take a color like this, and then you can take a color like this, and you can mix them together so here, my hand, I'm going to resize my paintbrush. Actually, I'm going to make this a different color too. So without taking my hand off my paintbrush, here, I'm just going to pick purple. I notice that the color's not changing. I'm shading, right? You can shade with your brush without ever picking a new color, right? And obviously this brush is kind of gritty and grainy, and it has a weird texture to it, but you can do that. So you can blend colors a little bit without ever, again, my left hand, you can't see it because I don't have a webcam, but my left hand is off of my tablet. I'm not changing the size. I'm just changing the pressure, right? I can go from dark purple to this. So that to me makes it feel very similar to traditional, where you can take a dark color and you can paint a little bit over a light color. But now I do color pick, obviously, so I can, do it much quicker. I can use hotkeys, I can blend things, I can use smudge brushes, or I can do all the different stuff. But yeah, but having access to being able to press hard or light is super useful. That's just so important to me. Or if you have a brush like this, which is a Zillustrator brush, you can go anywhere. If I tip my brush on the side like a pencil, right, I can shade. If I go upright, it can be a fine line, like I'm using the tip of my brush. Or if I go on the side and press really hard, it gets really fat, right? So this is all one brush, right? Just by pressure, you can go hard, you can go wide, like on the side of your brush, or you can go up the tip and you can start making these fine lines, right? You can do all sorts of stuff. Also, you can blend, right? Because you're using, it mixes a little bit, right? So you can get a variety of shapes and colors, and like you can get a good variety of stuff. Like you can't do that with a mouse. This is just, you don't have that kind of control, and I don't think I would. Yeah, Zillustrator does know how to make them brushes. He's good at brushes. They're very painterly and very, yeah, I mean, they really do replicate traditional quite well if you want. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, yeah, totally get a tablet. Okay, but do you have any suggestions on what tablet I could possibly get? I don't have any suggestions, no. And the reason I don't have any suggestions is because I don't think it matters too much. I am not a purist when it comes to tools. I think as long as it has pressure sensitivity, XP pens do, as far as I know, and that would work. Anything from Huyans to Wacoms to XP pens to iPad whatever's that the Apple versions of MacBooks or something. I don't know Apple products, so ignore my Apple product advice. But yeah, any of those things work. If you can paint on it, and it's if other people paint on it, it's good enough, in my opinion. You'll get used to whatever you start on probably, and you'll grow some preferences. And then your next one you might be a little more picky about because you're gonna have things that you've liked and things that you don't like, and But they're all totally capable, right, of making. They're all perfectly capable tools. Ultimately, it comes down to you and your skills and your knowledge of the programs you're using, and how comfortable you are with your tools. I don't. It's not real good advice, I admit. Deceased monk or deceased. Why did I say deceased monkey? Deceased loony. I realize that's not the most useful advice, but I also don't think it's worth stressing over. Just get something that's in your budget. Don't break the bank because it's not going to improve the quality really. Spending more money on something that's supposedly fancier isn't really going to change the quality. Ultimately, it's going to be you. I think it's Clint Kearley. He's a good example. He uses a small Intuos, uh, an Intuos Pro small tablet, I believe, or maybe a medium. It was like $60. I think you can get them for like $60 or something, or maybe less. And he uses that, and he's been working professionally doing Magic the Gathering art and just doing all sorts of high-end clients and projects for years and years now. And he uses like this dinky little tablet, and it's great. There's nothing wrong with it. But I think a lot of people are under the impression that, oh, it's like a beginner tablet, or oh, you need a big screen tablet. You don't need a screen tablet if you don't want. In fact, my next tablet will probably not be a screen tablet. I am using one right now. My first tablet was not a screen tablet, but this one is, and I don't think my next one will be a screen tablet. Just for posture issues, I think it's easier to draw if you don't have to look down at where you're drawing. Quality, I don't think it matters. So, yeah, that's basically my little rant about that. Is get something you can afford. I don't think I think it's very hard to go wrong. Yeah, I mean, just a plain old pen tablet is totally fine too. You could just get a regular laptop that you want to get, and just get a small pen tablet and you'd be fine. Okay, let's take a look. Alex Thompson says something. Maybe a marble, like a material that fades into the foreground steps. Oh yeah. Sorry, I haven't been painting. I'm kind of I'm trying to catch up on chat. Popcorn Girl says, my digital art has always been done on mobile, to be honest. I have a computer. I've just gotten around to figuring out a program. I use Ibis X Paint. Yeah, so I don't know about mobile. I don't... does that have pressure sensitivity? See, I don't think I could sketch or paint like you do, Popcorn. I think you're one of the... Don't take this the wrong way. You're one of the weird ones who paints somehow on your phone. I don't understand, honestly. I don't think I would paint. I think I would just rather do traditional. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I understand how you paint though. That's wild. Goldrins, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Join the non-screen. Yeah, I mean I do have a non-screen tablet. Its cord was getting a little finicky, and so I got this tablet. And I do like this tablet, but now having tried both, I think there's good arguments for a non-screen tablet. In fact, I actually think there's better arguments. I know I am. I rely heavily on that opacity slider. Yes, but it's so disruptive. See, that's the thing. That's like why I wouldn't use a mouse, or if you couldn't use hotkeys. I don't know. I don't know if you play video games, but trying to play a game that requires a lot of like, if you've ever played like League of Legends or something, to me it sounds like trying to play that game without hotkeys. Right? If you had to click all of your skills, it'd be horrible. You'd be terrible. I don't know how you do it. So I just would rather not play than play the game without hotkeys. No, not when you're used to it, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. Namino, how are you? Welcome in. I am getting ready to end stream. But yeah, Alex Thompson, you've been giving some good ideas. And yeah, I don't quite know what to do in the foreground, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. I'll probably end up finishing this painting at some point. So I will end up having to figure that out. I might just do like a series of steps here. Something like that. Where it kind of just leads off the page. Or something. I don't know. Maybe that drags her eye off too much. I don't think so. I think I can keep it pretty simple here. And then there should be some stuff here. Also, having some things that go into the painting like this could be good. I don't quite know how I want to do that. But that would not be bad, actually, to go like that. Just to push the depth a little bit and get some shapes that... instead of having everything as just silhouettes, you actually start describing the form. But again, a lot of this stuff is going to just happen automatically once I start rendering, right? There will be things like, adding shapes around here. If this is like a statue or something, it probably isn't. They're probably just little stalagmites or something. It's so beautiful. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. Let's see. You're fine and me. I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. Would you like to share what you were working on today? Let me give you a shout out. I haven't really shouted people out today. Now me no. Yeah, what were you working on? Looks like you were doing art. Oh, Spirit of the North. I don't know what that is. But yeah, if you do any art, and you'd like to share an Instagram or ArtStation or DeviantArt or any of the places that you might have, a Kara is also a place, or a Twitter, yeah, feel free to drop socials, and I'd love to see your art, and I'd love to share it if you'd allow me to. The small screen does bother me sometimes. That's my one real complaint. You have to work with such small areas at a time. Beautiful indie game with Fox. Oh, cool. Very nice. Spirit of the North is a beautiful indie game with Fox. Ooh, I just realized I'm lagging really bad. Oh no, it might be me. I might be lagging. Or maybe not. I'm also not really, I haven't really been painting much. I've been sort of just blabbing. Digital art would be great for me too, for the world I am making. I have called it Kingdoms of the Fallen, and it's medieval fantasy, so I would be able to make concepts and stuff. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, it's always fun to have a project you're working on. That's been actually a thing that I haven't had a lot of. I get tired of. I like the. I'm very much a designer. I guess is what I'd call myself. Like even when I'm painting, I'm designing the painting. Right, I'm thinking about composition. I'm thinking about focal point. Right, I'm sort of designing the light. I'm designing the shapes a little bit, even if they're boring shapes. But I'm still designing it. I'm just not claiming to be good at it. And because of that, I oftentimes once I get past that initial stage of designing, I'm like, okay, I'm done, and I just don't feel like I need to keep going because once I've designed a thing, like right now, I might just stop, right, and it's like, oh, I'll just do another painting next time, which is what I'll do. I won't continue this one on stream if I continue this, which I probably will, but I won't continue it on stream. I might only work on it a few more hours tomorrow or something and then just upload it, or maybe I won't even work on it at all. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think because of that, it's always been hard for me to find a personal project that I've really been tied to. And as strange as it sounds, I kind of more just yearn for other people's projects. Like you know, I like to get paid too, but I like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really care to do my own major project. I mean, I'd love to find something that I'm really enthusiastic about, something that just really sort of moves me and makes me want to just dive in deep to my own project. But I don't really have anything like that I'm that inspired about at the moment. So I always think it's cool when other people have that because I don't. But I also don't really care. It doesn't make me sad that I don't have my own project that I've been working on. I guess I have Stream, right? I have Stream that I've been working on, which is it's my own project. I mean, streaming is a project. It's a long-term thing. It's you know, I guess you could consider it either educational or entertainment or both or whatever. Um, so yeah. Ooh, I didn't show your Insta earlier. Let's take a look. Oh, nice. Yes, I like the work in progresses. That's cool. Props or kudos for the works in progress. Very nice. I always like seeing all the works in progress, and I feel like a lot of people don't share those things because of reasons, and it always makes me a little sad. But also, I don't really either, so I can't be too sad. But it's one of those like weird contradictions. I think a lot of people don't like to share works in progress, but everybody likes to see other people's works in progress, and it's a shame that sometimes we care too much about like only posting our best stuff and not the works. And then yeah, kind of sad sometimes. Also, I like these shapes. They're kind of an artifact from the initial sketch. But I'm gonna add some more in there because I like it. Little molten shapes in here. I know this is kind of sometimes like a trademark of AI, which I sort of don't like. Uh, Not that I don't like AI, but well, I kind of don't because it's totally unethical in how they train the models. But that's not what I was going to talk about. These little dots oftentimes are little trademarks almost of AI, and while I don't want my stuff to be confused, I do think these little dots are extremely nice looking and they're appealing to have little specks of brightness in your shadows, like almost just like floating debris. whether it's I don't know. I've always liked it. I thought they just adds really cool. It's a really cool effect to have that. Sometimes to different degrees. Just peeking out of the lurk for a moment here. Joseph is gorgeous. Ah, this is the thumbnail that you redeemed. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah, this is. It's obviously changed a lot. But this is the one that you redeemed, or that you picked. Brought it back from the grave, and here we are. It is, yes. Been lurking and enjoying, and I couldn't stay silent no longer. No. Oh, you didn't need to stay silent. Have a good day and good luck for your painting. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm about ready to end stream here, so we are going to end. But I do want to say thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it. It makes me happy that there's so many of you willing to stop by and hang out and chat and paint and share art and the whole thing. I'm just very fortunate that you're all here. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Let's see, real quick though, I'm gonna soften this stuff up really a lot back here. Basically, I'm just gonna blur the crap out of this. Because I want this to be like a, I don't know, cloudy thing. I think that'll work. This can be blurry too. There we go. I think that works. And then this can just, yeah, that'll work. I'm normally not a huge fan of just blurring stuff, like all willy-nilly. But I think sometimes the way that I sketch raid before the end. No, we are ending. We are ending. But if you'd like to copy and paste the raid call, you can copy that. We will use it when we raid. It's good to get it in there now because sometimes we forget. So yeah, that's probably a good thing to do. There are a few issues that I still see with this. Obviously, it's not finished, so that basically is how I decide that it's not finished. Do I smell a dodge just to make sure? A color dodge? Oh, you mean in here? Yeah, I color dodged earlier, I think. I didn't color dodge right now, though. But that's fine. You can still add one. There. That's the thing. But, a color dodge would probably be a bit too much at this point. I think. Let me see. Let me just test the color dodge. Go in here, pick a nice orange. Oh yeah, that's too much. I mean, we could do a little bit. I mean, a little bit of color dodge never hurt anybody. Right? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted an orange. Right? A little bit of color dodge. I mean, it is pretty nice. You really can't go wrong with that, with color dodge. It's pretty much perfect. A little too strong. Yeah, maybe. No way. You can't have too strong of color dodge. Are you kidding me? It's too good. Just gotta blast it with the. There we go. beautiful. Some apocalyptic scene that's overtaking the whole thing. Just there is a color balance issue, I think, with this a little bit. Anyway, yeah, that's not a bad spot to stop for now. I'll work on it later. Someone blew a nuke. Someone blew a butt. Good old butt spot. All right. Let's see. He says thrashing the canvas like it owes money. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you. No, I appreciate you. All right, we are gonna raid somebody. Let's go to. I know you were talking about Sal. Sal, I appreciate you too. I appreciate everyone. Thank you all for being here. We are going to raid. I don't know who. We could raid Anthony Wheeler. I feel bad. I can't remember who Anthony Wheeler is. Who is Anthony Wheeler? Do I know them? I feel like I know Anthony Wheeler. We've rated them before, right? I feel like I know them. Let me see what they're working on. Oh, yes, I do know Anthony Wheeler. Okay, we did raid them before. Woods Pixel. Ooh, how about pixel art? A charity stream. Oh, no, it's not pixel art. Let's see what they're doing. Okay, they're they're doing a long stream. Okay, we're gonna raid Woods Pixel. They've raided us before. I don't think we've ever raided them. Yeah, we've never raided Woods Pixel before, but they've raided us, and they've been live for 13 hours, so they're probably brain dead at this point from streaming for so long. So let's go over there. Let's say hi and be nice. As always, have a good rest of your week, and hope to see you on Saturday, where I will be doing more environment painting. I don't know what. Maybe I'll have a theme. Maybe not. Also, I will always be taking suggestions. If you ever want to recommend something, I'm always open to it. And yeah, let's go over there. Again, copy paste the raid call. And I do have socials if you'd like to follow me places. I do try to upload time lapse or not time lapses. Well, I do upload time lapses to Patreon, but also I have a YouTube, and that's about it. I'm a beginner YouTuber. I try to upload my VODs to my YouTube channel, or one of my YouTube channel. Anyway, I need to get on making YouTube videos again. Let's see what else. Yeah, I have socials there. And again, take care. See you. Mango Deluxe, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. All right, see ya.